Hi everybody, welcome to the finals of the FIDE World Cup. Classical chess is back. Today is day one, tomorrow's day two. And we don't just have the finals, we also have the arguably more important match for third place. Wei Yi and Sindarov came through, made it to the finals, but of course all eyes will be on Andrey Esipenko. He could taste it yesterday, had an almost winning endgame against Wei Yi, then blundered a rook, sending him to the third place finals. Peter, which match are you more excited about? What do you expect from today?
Yeah, hello Jan, welcome everyone. Yes, I think we are still, the whole chess community is trying to recover from this yesterday blunder that we witnessed in Andrey's game. Yeah, that was a total heartbreak for everyone. And we very much hope for Andrey that he will be able to recover and show his best in this third place match. As you highlighted, this is the most important match because the two winners yesterday, Wei Yi and Sindarov, they are, I think, are already now enjoying the tournament. They can play for a very big prize fund, so of course they will be putting tremendous efforts into that match, but deep inside their soul, they're already very satisfied, very happy. Candidate spot is guaranteed. They might be already thinking about which team am I building. Yeah, it's automatically, normally in your mind, even if you have to try to push it aside. But for Yakubboev and Esipenko, it's all about getting that desired third spot.
Yeah, it is a big match. Both guys have played an amazing event, but after what happened yesterday, how can you feel good if you're Andrey Esipenko? He's a very strong blitz player as well. They call him Andrey 3000 on the internet. But Yakubboev has shown us in this tournament that he's a big boy too. Only one of the two can make it to the candidates. Who's going to be the outcast? You don't like predictions, do you?
No, and my heart is already bleeding for any of these players because I know what it means for them. Yeah, this is a golden opportunity. It's not like they are non-stop in the candidates or non-stop very close to qualifying. This is maybe a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Okay, they are both young, but we know exactly that even, I think, Vachier-Lagrave was trying so hard for so long to qualify to candidates. It's never given, no matter how strong you are.
Absolutely. Let's have a look at what happened yesterday. Yeah, there we've seen the shocker once again. Pawn to c6, where Yi instantly takes the rook. What a heartbreak for Andrey Esipenko, and also you gotta command his sportsmanship. No, I mean, you could see the shock on his face, but he immediately shook hands, resigned. It's words can't explain.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a fantastic sportsman. Also, the way how Wei Yi handled the situation, yeah, he was praising his opponent for playing a brilliant match, and it was really true. In the both classical games, Andrey was really putting serious pressure on Wei Yi. Then in the first tiebreak game, Wei Yi was the one who missed some chances. Yeah, so it was a very hard level match. It shouldn't have been decided the way it was, but that just shows that this is the World Cup. Anything is possible.
Yeah. We have to look forward. Easier said than done, especially for Andrey Esipenko. But let's get to our finals matchup. Wei Yi faces Sindarov. Wei Yi was sort of the remaining top player, emerged from that super tough half of the bracket featuring Esipenko, Pragnanda, Vincent Keimer. But it was Wei Yi who eliminated Erigaisi, the last remaining Indian hope in the quarterfinals, and made it here while Sindarov was in the quote-unquote softer half of the bracket. Of course, not his problem, just many of the favorites got knocked out there early. Gukesh, Giri, So, you name them. But he played a great event. Their individual score looks very tough for Sindarov. Doesn't have to mean too much because Sindarov is 7 years younger. He's 19 still. We keep checking. While Wei Yi is 26. But it's 4-0 in Wei Yi's favor. Rapid games, but still, 4-0 is 4-0.
Yeah, 4-0 is 4-0, especially because, yeah, no matter how young Sindarov is, he has been there already for quite some time, being a brilliant player. Okay, he won that brother duel against Yakubboev. Yeah, he said he's very happy but very sorry for his friend. Yeah, it's also understandable, but he should be super happy. And I also feel that whenever there is this matchup, prior to the candidates, you also want to make a statement. Yeah, that now that I qualified, I want to come there as a winner of the World Cup. Maybe this gives you also some more confidence. The opponents are a little bit more intimidated in this case. And so there is still a lot of prestige at stake in that match.
Another thing that's at stake is the trophy. I don't know much about it, but maybe Charlize can help us out.
The day has arrived. We have reached the finals of the FIDE World Cup after such an exciting and intense semi-finals. And in the hall, there's something a little different today because the Vishwanathan Anand Trophy is on display. Of course, the winner in the match between Javokhir Sindarov and Wei Yi will be walking away home with this. I think maybe it will bring some extra motivation during their games to see this beautiful trophy on display, knowing what they're fighting for. Of course, they have both qualified to the FIDE candidates, and on this side of the stage we've got an equally important and maybe even more stressful match between Nodirbek, Yakubboev and Andrey, Esipenko, who both had heartbreaking losses and have to fight for third place, but also for the final candidates spot. So everything to play for. The players haven't arrived yet, and we'll tell you it's getting later and later each day, but I can bet that Wei Yi will be the first. So let's see what happens. An exciting day of chess. We've got a few spectators here as well. Everyone's taking photos with the beautiful trophy, of course. So for now, enjoy the games, and we'll talk to you later. Back to the studio.
Good stuff from Charlize, as usual. What a beautiful trophy. And Peter, we have our match for third place. Very important, as we've mentioned. It will determine the last candidate. Both guys are 23 years old, Esipenko and Yakubboev. When do you think they first played the tournament game?
A tournament game? Well, it sounds like a tricky question. Yeah?
I wouldn't ask if it was 2024, that much.
Yes, well, so it should be something like 2014.
Wow, that is correct.
Yes!
Under 12 World Championship 2014. Esipenko rated 2300, beat Yakubboev rated 2200. But then under 16 was already a draw a couple of years later.
Okay, yes, because I'm following Esipenko's road from 2016, kind of, and then I already knew he was very strong. It was kind of logical that probably it should have been a little earlier.
Also goes to show how far back all these top players go, no? Even if they're fresh faces to us or to the audience. 11 years ago, they played a tournament game. And it's very often they know each other. No, you often hear also from like Levon, Bakro, and this generation how they played 100 years ago in under 10 World Championships. So
yeah, the same applies to Vincent with Abdusattorov also. They started under 10 and so on. Yeah, it's just a very long history.
Absolutely, the history is mixed between these two. Andrey had slightly the upper hand, but not by that much. Also mainly online battles, but I think the history also reflects that Yakubboev has been gaining in strength, and they had a very tough match in the Champions Chess Tour recently. So they've both beaten each other, very familiar with each other.
Yeah, for sure. And also there is some chemistry between the players, because I do recall some 2-3 days ago during the classical portion, somewhere around 15th move, at least half an hour into the start of the game, both players were walking and then they shook hands with the respect towards each other, they They know each other, and it's otherwise, if you don't know someone, you are not shaking hands with someone else who is playing a different match after 45 minutes of play. Yeah, but this gesture showed that they know each other well.
Yeah, Yakubboev, he is very concerned nowadays about the handshake, so good that they had a friendly gesture there. And we have Esipenko with the white pieces today. What's going to be?
Well, first of all, yeah, we have now also Wei Yi, as usual, arriving as first player to the tournament hall. Coming back to Esipenko, I believe that after such a shocker, probably it is good to start with the white pieces, just that you have things under control. On the other hand, if you require this whole day, this whole game to recover from that game, then you might miss out on your white game. Yeah,
Who cares?
Who cares? Yeah?
Get it over with and try to put yourself together, because then with black in a way it's easier, because you know you have to play, you can't be too deep in your head. I mean, I think Andrey has this ethos that you also have, that you can't waste white games. He will play something normal and try to make it a game. But I think after what happened yesterday, would be not only human, but maybe also the correct sports decision to play very solid and maybe try to gain one more day.
Well, it also depends, of course, on the opening. Yeah, if he suddenly feels like, wait a second, the preparation works, then you might get motivated, ambitious. But if you feel like you don't get anything, then of course you should not be trying to play for a win at all costs. By the way, we every time witness this, and you highlight that Wei Yi doves those knights towards his opponent. Is this his secret sauce?
I've seen a couple players do this. I mean, I of course always put them staring at each other, but you can tell from aggressive players, I can't recall, but I would imagine Kasparov would also have the knights staring at the opponent, no? Do you know?
Well, I haven't, not at least I don't recall it, but I wanted to ask you that, what do you think? Is it allowed as an opponent that you feel like you are intimidated by those knights, that you shadow them on the side? Do you have the right to do that?
I don't think you have the right to do that if they're correctly placed. Those are your pieces, or the black player's pieces. You can't like shadow them to the side or to the other side just because they scare you. Deal with it. I also don't think it should be allowed. I'm not sure what the exact rules are.
Yes,
I always really hate it when people touch my pieces. I mean, if they're misplaced, fine. But if they're not, I mean, don't touch them.
Exactly. This is absolutely correct, yeah. I understand. And Yakubboev also arrived. The big question about Sindarov, yeah, we have seen him yesterday running into the playing hall in the very last seconds. Will he be in time today to just walk to the final? Or is he running again?
Let's do the Sindarov time check, 14:58. He's not there yet, but there we see Andrey arriving at the board. Says, hey, yeah, they do shake hands. How does Esipenko look? Got rid of his Ralph Lauren jacket he was normally wearing. Also, after such a thing happens to you, you want to change wardrobe, no?
You want to change. And also I'm happy to see the players removing their badges. Yeah, this means that they are ready for the game.
I'm also happy to see Yakubboev doesn't say, okay, I lost the semifinals, it's time for a new outfit. He sticks to his guns.
Yeah, interesting. Yeah, because normally this is very common, as you say, that if something goes wrong, then you just change.
There we see Esipenko's path to these finals eliminated. This match for third place, I should say, it's the finals for the candidates. Eliminated. Vincent Keimer, among others, has looked very strong throughout the tournament. Of course, everything is overshadowed now by what happened yesterday. But just look at who isn't here. Gukesh, Prak, Erigaisi, Keimer, Giri, So, Nepomniachtchi.
And Sindarov is there already.
He is here. In time?
In time.
Yeah, barely, but he's there. Some debate about the first move. And I think today we have a very special guest making that first move. The first, if I'm correctly informed, Indian Olympic gold medalist.
Wow.
And there, I don't know what he chose.
Well, it was E4.
E4.
And I'm
will probably
assuming
happen.
probably e4 stays, but on the other hand, it's the Petrov handshake. We will see. It is
Yeah.
on the board.
E4 played again. Yeah, there was Abhinav Bindra, Olympic gold medalist in shooting. First ever Olympic gold medal in an individual event for India.
Wow.
E4, E5 on the board. And
And the Sicilian.
that is maybe more surprising. Yakubboev maybe also sensing the moment after what happened yesterday, saying, no, E4, E5, let's play the Sicilian.
But Wei Yi will play the Petrov. I cannot imagine otherwise. There we go.
Is that the first or the second move? That's the second. Because he once played the Ayekhin against Sindarov, but that's a while ago.
That's not going to happen in the World Cup finals. Yeah.
Unlikely. Sindarov very surprised, only had a 99.99 chance to reach this position today, but he decides on pawn to d4.
Yeah, this is his kind of trademark move, I think. d4, knight takes e4, d takes e5 would very much be Sindarov style.
Also bishop d3, d5, d takes e5. He played that against Wei Yi in this, what was it, the esports World Cup not long ago in Riyadh, where Wei Yi dominated the matchup, beat him, I think, 2-0. But yeah, they debated this, bishop d3, d5, and Sindarov doesn't like these knight takes e5 lines. He likes some d takes e5 more structural business. Pawn to d5, yeah. Wei Yi not deviating much from his repertoire.
No, this is his trademark.
No
Yeah.
surprises.
He knows them very well.
Also helps for such a tournament. Yeah, you never have to worry what you do with black. You play your stuff, you know everything holds, let people work to ask questions.
Exactly. And there aren't
but
so
knight
many.
takes e5, more solid.
Yeah, there aren't so many questions actually right now in the Petrov. Yeah, it stands quite well. I remember when we were working on the Petrov so hard for the World Championship match with Team Dniepo, then things were so much more complicated. But I think we have solved quite a lot of issues, and since then it got easier.
So it depends a bit without getting too much into the weeds, but there is sort of the lazy Petrov, d5, bishop d3, and now the bishop e7 or bishop f5.
Exactly.
And there's the less lazy Petrov with bishop d6, which requires some more move-by-move knowledge. So d5, knight takes e5, and knight d7. My memory is bad. Did Wei Yi play knight d7 before he had a game in this position already, or did he play that bishop d6 line?
Maybe, but okay, knight d7 is the classical main.
No, I know, but how was his game against Erigaisi?
No, that was knight d7, knight c3, takes bishop d6.
No, that was that line. Yeah,
that is this,
right.
yeah. So knight c3 was already played, and that was this other very important topical line, takes and bishop d6.
Castles, rook e1, c5.
Exactly.
Knight takes. Yeah, that's how we got there.
Yes, and then queen takes.
This queen h5 was supposed to be the surprise from Erigaisi. Something like this.
Yes. And then c4, bishop h6.
And here, Wei Yi played queen f5. And they got this endgame, which he eventually won. Maybe one of the defining games of the tournament, no? I mean,
yes.
Very certainly for the attendance of the tournament, because if Arjun wins that game, it's a little louder right here.
Absolutely.
Anyway, let's get back to today. Once again, I'm trying to recall if they played this already, but I do believe last time Sindarov played d takes e5, not knight takes e5. Probably Angelica can fill us in.
And f4 happened. Wow. I have some total deja vus, you know, this is... I have never played this with white, but I think it was 2008 when I was looking at all kinds of Petrovs for the match Anand Kramnik, and then it was the first time that I had to work on this f4 business.
Yeah, I'm also familiar with this. Always a big debate. Knight takes d3, queen takes d3. May move is g6, and all these positions. Normally I had these arguments. Come on, guys. White is almost lost. Black has the two bishops, a good structure. What are we doing here? And then someone else would say, no, it's not that simple. But I never understood why White would play this line. shows my ignorance more than anything.
Yeah, but once you get deep into it, then you discover so many opportunities. Yeah, also for white. Yeah, black. White is trying to play on the dark squares. Black has the light squared bishop. So yeah, white.
Stuff like this.
The light squares are clearly in black's hands, and white has to be energetic. Yeah, so
Yeah,
takes G6 played. As you said, if we just play a couple of moves without any point, then black will just win the game automatically.
No, that's how it always felt to me. It felt crazy risky just looking at it, but once you start checking, you can start panicking about many things. And there were quite some theory debates here. No, what was it? Fabi, Yu Yang Yi, and a lot of people were discussing these positions.
Yes, C5 played as well.
Okay, Wei Yi is familiar with this. Now knight C3 is the more forcing move, where you can try to play C3 and go for these
and then
positions.
just,
but
yes. Yeah, as you said, probably Wei Yi could anticipate this variation, because Sindarov plays third move D4, and inside third move D4, these D takes E5 structures are also something that he is often playing for.
Yeah. I'm sure the guy's prepared, but as you mentioned, they're already winners and they're playing for a lot of money. I think first is 120,000, second is 85,000, but they secured their candidate spot. You could see Sindarov yesterday. His brother came to visit, brought him some sweets from Uzbekistan, and it wasn't a party, but you could see guys are happy and relaxed, yeah, as they should be. And I'm assuming was similar for Wei Yi as well.
Yeah, the big goal, to get to the candidates has been achieved.
So I'm not sure if Sindarov has been clicking all night in the Petrov. Frankly, also after 3 weeks of non-stop play, he deserves some mental rest. But of course, these are professionals playing for a lot of money.
And what about his second? Does his second deserve a rest? That's the question.
Seconds never deserve rest.
Or Sindarov told
Poor
Malaminov
Mamadina.
that, hang on for some more days. The tournament is not over yet. And he's about to move the knight.
Also, these guys are so young. Sindarov in his second there.
Exactly.
I don't think they fatigue easily.
Yeah, knight
C3 played. Yeah, that's the forcing line. And now it's actually important for black to go D4. Bishop E6 looks natural, but then somehow the timing gets a little messed up. White attacks this pawn again. You go D4, knight to E4. And black cannot take here, because after... Oh, not knight f2. After queen b5 check.
Yes.
You have some problems. Bishop to d7. Knight f6 check. Queen takes. Checkmate. So it's better for black, and I'm sure Wei Yi still knows this, to start with d4, knight e4, bishop e7. Because now you have the option to still put the bishop here. If white goes here, let's say. You can go here. Well, if the rook is on d1 already, the bishop on e6, c3 will
d4 blitzed out.
Yeah, Wei Yi will notice.
Yes.
Knight e4 also didn't take him long. So, could you explain to us what happens after d takes e3 now?
Well, perpetual check is possible, right? Or it's not possible with knight f6
knight
check.
f6 check. Well, he hasn't done it, I think. It's clearly in book. Yeah, he played bishop e7. Knight f6 check.
But okay, this is very risky, because
king
e7.
And you mentioned knight d5 check. If king e8, it's a perpetual. And if king e6, your king is a little...
That looks very suspicious.
Outside.
But okay, it's clear that if white plays like this, he's not intending to give a perpetual check, So, wait a second. What is the reason why this is not possible? You might just move the queen away and play for... Yeah, queen b5 is because queen e8 checkmate is a problem, so you cannot really deal well with the c5, defending the c5 pawn.
Yeah, this is trouble.
So, all these tricky lines, what is it? How come? From where? You are supposed to be a solid, nice player.
Okay, I don't have your experience in World Championship matches, but let's say I've been involved in some matches where Petrov was a debate, so you catch some stuff on the sidelines.
Yes. And this actually shows why in World Championship matches you have to cover everything, yeah, because you never know from which angle the dangers are coming.
Yeah, and then again, if your opponent plays Petrov, you don't have to play this, but you have to think of something to do. Yes,
yes,
never easy. But no, we had the Fabi match and the Nepomniachtchi match, so I mean, I've seen some Petrovs. Anyway, knight c3, d4 played, knight e4, bishop e7. Of course, Wei Yi knows this as well. Bishop f2, and I think he played bishop f5 quickly, or is that? Yeah. Bishop f5 and queen e2. This could get sharp, no? Castles. Vamos.
Well, sharp, but I'm not afraid with black. I don't know.
Me neither. I would think black is winning in all these positions,
exactly.
But he's not.
Yes. But okay, black is also not worse, yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, we will see.
Time.
Both players so far are kind of blitzing their moves, and I guess that Sindarov knows the position better, and the reason why it is that with white, if you go for it, you have to make sure that you know everything. With black, you might just believe that, okay, this is a very normal position, probably computer says 0-0, and you kind of wonder that how long and how deep you have to go. But from white's perspective, you have to know exactly why you are going for it.
Castles played. Yeah, that's also the problem. We talked about the advantages of Wei Yi playing Petrov every game, but it also means that his opponent gets to pick the exact spot. Because if you're Sindarov, you can know even this position they have on the board now. I think it's like 80% certainty. It's the first computer line.
G4 was blitzed out.
Yeah, no, of course he knows. Yeah.
Of course, yeah, this is basically the starting position of his analyze. This is how...
Yeah, but he knows he will get it for sure. Wei Yi doesn't know which position he will get.
Yes, that's why you have to have very good general preparation. If you are ready to repeat your opening lines, which I'm also famous for, then it is kind of your duty that you have to anticipate all kinds of scenarios if your opponent is testing you in the computer lines, which normally might appear after a couple of years, but you have to be ready if it's already you the very next day.
Yeah, or if you play a guy like Arjun or Johan van Foray, someone who will test you in the 7th computer line and will know everything there. So it's complicated, this balance between knowing your stuff and being deep there and surprise value, because of course also has tremendous value. If your opponent is the first to think while you're still playing at a 3600 stockfish level, it's not easy. But we can see here from Wei Yi that having this one opening, knowing it well, something very solid, can take you to the finals.
Yeah, and it's also nice to see this, because I'm a conservative
this is
player.
your school of chess.
Exactly.
Other approaches aren't hopeless, like Arjun we could have seen in the finals, playing any opening
of course,
the sun. Let's look at the other game.
Yeah, I just wanted to add that basically, no matter which strategy you are following, make sure that you are a master in your strategy. That's the most important thing.
Well, you can't start out being a master, but you can put in the time. What they all have in common is they all put in the time.
Exactly. And bishop d3 here, a big surprise for Yakubboev. You know, this bishop b7 move has a history, dates back to 1999, to my very first Linears tournament, where I came up with this bishop b7 novelty against Garry Kasparov. But it was not my novelty, it was Andrey Shadoryan's novelty, who, especially for this tournament, told me that he will find something here so that I can try to play my Sveshnikov. And I came up with bishop d7, and Garry spent, I think, something like over 30 minutes to deal with the move bishop b7, because that was a total shock. Supposedly, white is threatening to play c4 and win the game. That's why black was playing much more forcing way. But bishop b7 was a very hidden idea, and it just shows that what an incredible theoretician Adoryan was, and incredible feeling for the opening, that he anticipated, and bishop b7 stood the test of times. It is still one of the absolute main moves, and still white haven't found the way. In fact, now computers are giving more and more possibilities for black to equalize in this line.
Yeah, that a resurgence recently. I wasn't aware you were the first to play it. That's cool. 99. But it's become a bigger topic recently, like 3-4 years ago. I felt like, because everybody was into this, let's play the Sveshnikov but avoid the 795 line. So everybody was into this move order, trying to make draws here, or trying to force the issue. People realize it's not so easy in the old main lines with Queen C7, F4, Queen B6 and so on.
Exactly.
So this very different plan to play C5, activate the bishop, became a big topic. But some people ran into some trouble. No, I think Magnus lost some games, even trying this. And
Yeah,
I don't
well,
recall.
in the
Maxime was on the white side, but results weren't so great, and they stopped playing it a bit again.
well, it was very interesting because, like in '99, I played it. Then the way how Kasparov reacted was considered to be the best, and we have time. So the main line here is Bishop E2. That's what Kasparov did. Of course, C4 is the most tempting move. We'll come back to that later. So C5 castles, Queen C7. This is the idea, targeting the pawn on E5, knight D6 check, bishop takes D6, E takes D6, Queen C6, F3. Yes, you have to close the diagonal. Black plays C4, white plays Queen D4, black castles, and then these kind of positions were debated. Queen takes C4, Queen takes D6. I played it with black against Topalov and lost. Topalov played against me with black and he lost. Yeah, so actually white had quite some nice experience.
Yeah.
And both of these games were played in 2002. I lost to Topalov in the FIDE Dubai Rapid Grand Prix. And in the candidates, I won a very important first round victory against him in the classical match in the finals. So this was kind of dangerous. And then the absolute shocker came now recently that black can play the move E5 here instead of C4. And it was, I think, played by Magnus against Ali Reza in an online event 2023. And it was like a total shock to me. Like, I played this position all my life. I thought like C4 is absolutely strictly the only move. And then all of a sudden computers are coming up with E5. The point why I even did not pay attention too much to that idea, I was doing the commentary on that game because Magnus played something very strange and got clearly worse. Probably it ended in a draw, but it was clearly worse. And I thought like, okay, why do you do that to yourself? Then when I checked it, it turned out that computer gives it as equal, and it ever since stood again the test of time the last couple of years, and white is not able to show anything.
Yeah, even though, I mean, that's an eternal debate. It's 0-0 if you keep clicking, like, frankly, any line is. But the question is, how easy is it to get these 0-0s? Because computer holds all these positions.
White
like
wins the pawn with Queen D2, yes.
All these positions easily by making great computer moves, but over the board, how happy are you? That's also often the debate.
Yes.
For top players, like, yeah, I know this is a draw, but can't I get a more normal game instead of having to memorize all this nonsense? And now we start debating if H4, B3, Bishop E2. I mean, there's a lot of stuff to look here, but yeah, it's another way that holds for black that the computers have shown.
Yeah, with computers, everything holds. And the other main move is C4, after which black plays knight B4. And after C5, yes, white plays C5. This was actually one of the very main lines of Adorian. He said that this is what he wanted to make sure that
I would still argue this is more critical.
Yeah, but C5 and then Queen B8. Yeah, he was very much insisting that Queen B8 is a super fine move. And this is also now considered to be super fine. There was a recent game, Svidler against Erdogmus in this match, Clash of Generations, where I think Svidler finally managed to win with white or something like this, but actually objectively black was fine.
Yeah, this is also weird, but this is a position which I always liked for black because the knight is so strong. Like, even here you can keep analyzing all kinds of very sharp nonsenses here. But this I always liked. But I thought knight d6 was a more critical test here.
And then this takes c5.
No, yeah, queen a5 or c5, they're both possible. Like queen a5.
Queen a5 is the pawn sacrifice, yeah?
Yeah, some nonsense.
Yes.
This, and I think for some reason now you play c5. And okay, there's a lot of very random theory, like in any line. But it's very relevant for modern level chess, because, sorry, I don't know if we're doing too much nonsense here, but just for context, the Sveshnikov is considered to be a good opening, But we learned from this Fabi-Magnus match that maybe the most challenging direction is knight d5 nowadays. Takes, and now all these debates, knight e7, knight b8, whatever. So if you can get the Sveshnikov without allowing that, it's already a great deal.
Yes, but if you are already talking about all these details, then it surprises me that we reached it from 2 knight c6. That black was giving the Rossolimo, because usually whenever you play this kind of stuff, you prefer to start with e6.
Yeah, that's another big debate. If knight c6 allows bishop b5, which nowadays is the main line. And yeah, e6 allows b3, c3, but those are considered to be less scary. So yeah, I agree. Most experts start with e6. But just to finish my point, in this position, going for the Sveshnikov would be e5, but e6, historically the main line, or the two main lines have been knight takes c6 and knight db5. But if you go knight db5, d6, bishop f4, e5, bishop g5, we have reached the main position of the Sveshnikov, which used to be this, but we've eliminated the option for white to go knight d5, which is one big reason people started doing this. But then you have to be ready for all this knight takes c6. And here, yeah, you've explained us the history. There are all these other sharp lines, which, okay, many games as well, they also hold with computers, but you have to memorize so much stuff just to survive. And bishop b7 in a way was a little more human, natural, at least the first move.
Yeah, like let's play chess kind of. Of course, we have...
We've seen, it's not...
we have seen, yeah, already
not so
that.
easy either.
Yeah, but finally we have moves, so bishop d3.
Yeah, bishop d3, also a computer favorite in this position, but it's this kind of move that people choose as a surprise weapon, like, okay, he will know bishop e2, he will know c4. Let's go here.
Yeah, queen c7. And f4.
Hits the pawn, f4. Important tactic here, c4 now, black can take, and c takes d. E takes d, for some reason e takes d was important. And this is all right. I think, yeah, I was checking something like this, and only good move was this.
Wow, but when were you checking this?
Sometimes I work on chess, Peter.
Wow.
Only not voluntarily, but sometimes like I have to
no,
do
but
some
it's
stuff.
very nice. The reason why I'm asking this kind of things, because I know that you do, but I'm not sure that everyone who is watching us knows this, that you are actually into all kinds, because everybody knows that you are e4, e5 master. Also, whenever we are talking about d4 positions, you seem to be extremely well into all the details, but that you are into so much details even here with bishop b7, bishop d3. That's amazing.
No, I mean, I don't play much anymore, but if you work as a second or whatever, as a content creator, you normally don't choose the topic that I will play, because I don't think I will play this with either side. But I mean, it's very interesting, because you also get to look at stuff you normally wouldn't study, like the minority attack, the Kasparov structure. I've looked at plenty, but this is different.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah, and it's also a fascinating kind of position. Yeah, it's always very difficult to understand. Yeah, that why did we reach this position at all? Yeah, that who wanted to reach this position, because it looks quite bizarre. And after f4, knight b4 is played, hitting the bishop. It's, I think, also one of those thematic ideas.
Yeah,
against
there's
bishop
also
d3,
c5 here, but then white's point is to put the bishop here, which was another line. Now I'm sort of out of book. What was more precise, like knight b4, because I think now white reshuffles a c5, bishop f3, and I'm not sure who gained tempi, who lost tempi. Also, does white have to go bishop e2, or is this like a Sindarov situation where we give the bishops? I think not.
Probably not, but yeah, there are all these questions. Yeah, like castle, knight d3, queen
this
d3.
position, even how do you take back? It's very
okay,
hard.
probably with the queen, but okay, queen takes c5, and it feels that black should be fine.
Yeah.
With those light squares.
Even these positions, at least if you check them with the computer and you tell the computer, okay, try to checkmate, see what happens. I mean, if you're deeper prepared, it can always be very dangerous. And Andrey is thinking, I think, yeah, knight b4 might have come as a surprise, because if memory serves, you were normally starting with c5, because then this bishop maneuver makes no sense, of course, and white is forced to put the bishop here. Also, this was at least a small surprise from Yakubboev, no c5 and knight c6. I don't think that was very high on Andrey's bingo card.
Yeah, the starting moves. But Yakubboev is also not famous for having a fixed main repertoire, I believe.
Yeah.
And this usually is also the reason why this type of players are very successful in open tournaments. Because, for example, go into an open tournament with my opening repertoire is a total nightmare. With black, basically, I can be simply neutralized without the slightest chance of playing a game, which means that I will have tremendous pressure on have to win with white in all games. But these players who are flexible and they are able to play all kinds of openings, they can surprise their opponents, then they make sure that they play against their opponents over the board. But since I all my life played against the absolute top guys, I was never forced to play for a win with black. Yeah, I was just making sure that I'm super solid. I know my stuff very well, and I'm looking for my chances. Yeah, and this is the big question, for example, in Yakubboev's case, that now that he faces a player like Esipenko, then where is his safety net with black? Yeah, does he have a safety net, or he has to automatically get into some adventures and rely on his playing skills that, okay, I'm surprising you and you are not exactly expecting what's happening, and we play chess. But usually top guys are very good at just playing chess.
Of course, today different scenario for Esipenko, but yeah, that's the eternal debate, the quote-unquote repertoire player versus the surpriser. And for some people, the safety net can also be, they don't have a fixed opening, but they feel at home in chaos and their safety net is okay. I will surprise you, and you will be the first to think. The price is you might not understand your positions that well or know them that well, but sometimes you gain some time on the clock. However, against somebody who's very well prepared with white, an e4 player like Esipenko, if you try to surprise them, sometimes it also backfires. No, I mean, they know their stuff, you get a position you don't have a feel for. So it's not an exact science.
And look at the confidence with which Esipenko is playing. Yeah, this whole bishop e2, bishop f3 that you already highlighted before. That it's a clever maneuver.
I was also talking to Anish the other day because we were admiring how Maxime always gets deep in these World Cups, even though it always feels like, okay, he plays the Najdorf, he's more or less lost, then things escalate. But Anish was explaining, I think it was a good point, that he has a different safety net. It's not the positions, but he feels at home, he keeps his concentration, he manages the clock, and he's extremely good in this chaos. So for him, it's not like, I think, oh my God, he's -2 in the Najdorf again, why is he doing? But he doesn't feel in danger, no, he can manage the chaos, and normally he's been very successful. So it's so interesting how people can be successful with very, very different approaches.
Yes, this I find also one of the most fascinating things in top-level chess, yeah, that we see so many brilliant players playing on amazing level, and still everybody has kind of his own personality, own approach, and if you would just try to be someone because he is so successful, it will never work for you. Yeah? You have to find your own way with which you are identifying yourself that suits your character, that suits your style. And
it would be fun if you tried to be Maxime for a month, play the Najdorf, okay.
Lose all my games.
Yes. Let's go, vamos.
Or maybe after a couple of losses, finally, you know, of course, I'm joking, I can play the Najdorf. I have played the Najdorf, but yeah, it's always a big challenge. And I know also when prepare against Maxime, yeah, that many times you know and you have the feeling that if I get into some very sharp stuff, I might objectively better because I might know more, but the resulting position will be so much more suitable for Maxime. Yeah, this is the
so at some point he will make a move that you didn't prepare.
Yes.
Maybe it's plus 1.5 if you find 7 only moves, but I mean, enjoy winning this position again.
Yeah, this is how it works. You can also very easily lose. Yeah, this is the danger. But okay, so we have more or less covered. We will be dealing with this situation. I think we have some big news in the other game because Wei Yi has sacrificed the pawn in order to go for liquidation. Sindarov is still blitzing. What do we make of this?
They're both in book. No, this is just a theory debate showing they know their stuff. G4 was played, bishop D7, bishop G3. Wei is trying to start business with F5 here. Wei Yi plays D3. Point is, if queen takes, you can take here, and white's construction falls apart. I mean, this would be terrible. No, now there's no more f5, so you have to go c takes d, and now he goes f5. Why do you throw that pawn away before going f5? Ah, because here with this.
The c5 pawn is hanging, yeah?
I don't know, because this is also hanging by, yeah, this seems to be getting out of hand. Compy says white is much better here. So d3, first computer move, c takes d, f5. Also not a sequence that is easy to find over the board.
Of course, yeah. This is still preparation, but the question is, yeah, how long and how deep is your preparation? Do you remember everything? Rook e1 played, bishop d4 check, and bishop f2. That's the current position.
Pawn up, why can't we take? Then there's...
Well, then I just take on d4, I'm guessing.
Ah, knight f6 check is there.
Yeah, that will be deadly. I'm expecting bishop b5. No, actually, bishop b5 is like the natural move. Hitting the weakness on d3, opening up the queen. And my big question is, how is white reacting to bishop b5?
That is a big question. Let's take.
Okay, take, yeah.
It's a pawn.
It's not just a pawn, of course. You are tricking me. Yeah? You want to hit me on e6 square. I have to get...
Pawn is a pawn.
Pawn is a pawn. 96 is a 96, yeah? You are enjoying this kind of stuff. But okay, so what happens? If I take on f4, then I'm also setting to take everything on f2. Also, some bishop takes d3 is there. And there are so many things to calculate. What on earth is happening here?
Okay, you can take. White is to take.
I cannot include bishop takes.
You can even take here if you want to.
I want to.
You want to, huh?
Actually, I would like to.
All right. And then, as it often happens with computer lines, in the end, magically, after all this mess, material is equal.
And
you can shake hands.
Yes. This is modern chess, yeah. This is modern chess.
However.
Yes?
No real however. That's the first computer line. I wanted to show you, because I found it entertaining.
Of course.
Here. How do you feel about the move queen to e5?
Oof, okay, that's a shock if I haven't seen that coming or I don't recall my analysis, and I was wondering that should I take on d3 or should I not, and then I take, and then queen e5 appears on the board. That's a shocker.
Because you can't take actually, now knight d8, and in the end the body count favors white.
Yeah, rook e8 check, yeah. Wins. But okay, I have so many other moves, no?
I would say
what are those other moves? Okay, but if I take on f2 and give queen h4 check?
Yeah, that is correct, sir.
Then where are you hiding? King f3, you can. Okay, queen h3 check. Let's continue the journey.
No, you're correct. Very, very strong today. I have to do this.
Well, otherwise I resign on the spot. Yeah, it was not that difficult.
Black survives. So.
Yes.
Okay, so yeah. Typical computer stuff, but at least it's normal moves. And a player like Wei Yi, even if out of book, I think here he would find his way. And in classical
he should be, yeah. And then there's another question. What about bishop c6? Yeah, I think when I said that maybe bishop b5, you were also showing bishop c6 as a move.
Yeah, less forcing, just put the bishop.
Yes.
On a nice square.
And how do you protect the f4 pawn?
I can take.
Okay, then queen takes. Queen,
pawn up.
Queen e3. You have queen e3.
You can take here, but I'm not sure how happy you're feeling. Like rook e2. Maybe, probably black should survive with this bishop, but it's...
Yes. Well, it's the usual Grishchuk kind of question, yeah, that is it your idea or is it computers, yeah, it depends. It's always, yeah, we are terrified of computer ideas, yeah, if it's a human idea, we feel that we might be able to deal with it.
Yeah, I think so far, Wei Yi can be pretty sure. He's not dealing with the human just yet. And now he's taking a moment. He has known till here, he knows it's 0-0, but now he has to figure out how, why, what's going on. But yeah, the first computer line, just for information, is bishop b5. I was showing this knight takes c5. First computer line is actually pawn to a4.
Oh, wow.
Throwing this in, and now it goes to c6, arguing that this pawn could be
You
weak.
weakened. Wow, super finesse, yeah? As often with engines.
Because if takes, then somehow the guy was getting optimistic.
Yeah,
Which is also a bit weird. You throw this pawn away, but somehow here black is not in time, yeah?
Yeah, strange.
g5, knight f6.
Yeah.
He's asking questions.
But it's important to highlight, yeah, that otherwise, if you just look at this position, it looks like white has more weaknesses, but suddenly because of this kingside majority and with the dark squares, this g5, knight f6 is the key idea. Black is the one who gets under attack.
This could be a bit tough for Wei Yi if he thinks for 20 minutes now, finds bishop b5, a4 gets blitzed out.
Yeah, if
Then you're back
a4
to
gets...
thinking,
yes.
because you don't think about bishop b5 and a4, and now I go to c6 because he's weakened himself, no? And so
Yes. And also sometimes you are recalling your line and then you feel like, yes, this bishop b5, knight c5, yeah, that one I recall, yeah, that was some force row, you are calculating all your way, and then suddenly a4 happens and you think like, oh, maybe this is some new discovery of the computer. I haven't checked it with the latest engine or whatever. Yeah, it's.
no, you probably know it's 0-0. In general, you know it's 0-0 until you feel you could have done something wrong, but having to find this. Oof. And also bishop a6 here, for example, might look natural keeping the bishop on this diagonal, but it's already really bad because the bishop loses access to some squares. Knight g5. Now Compi is already starting to have some fun.
Okay, but then let's just try to understand what happens after knight g5, after bishop b5. So you will have some rook e8.
We cover e8 with bishop.
You have rook e8, okay.
Well, after this, rook e8, now the endgame is just unpleasant. Yeah? Still a pawn up, and there's more.
Again, and then this knight d4, knight c5, and all this, yeah. It's a torturo. Yeah.
And this is where Madaminov ends the file, saying plus minus, king d3, king d4. You figure out the rest.
Yeah, well, okay. So yeah, this is the typical modern chess that you know your stuff, you know a lot, but you still can be tested if your opponent goes very deep into the lines.
Yeah, Wei Yi taking his time. Yakubboev also taking his time, which goes to show the drawback of what we've been discussing. If you're surprising all the time, but your opponent also knows his stuff, then sometimes you can be on slightly unfamiliar ground. What do you play here with black?
Yeah, good question. Okay, a move like c4 always comes to mind in structures like this to secure the d5 square. This would be like a general move that I know that it should be good, but of course probably start some Pandora box with some force variations. And a part of c4, what else can I do at all? That's a big question, because bishop e7 always feels like it can be a loss of a tempo if suddenly this knight d6 business will be a problem, but probably white does not want knight d6 yet.
Around the bunch, so I don't think he wants this.
Exactly. This is then in black's favor.
Or move the queen directly, but
yes,
around here black is happy, I think.
This is happiness, yeah. So basically, okay, then his problem is that he has two different options. But bishop e7, can we play a move like c3? For example, kick that knight away, and you have to, yeah, if knight d5, then maybe I will get this c4 extra tempo. And then please try to understand who benefited, because I think that my pawn on c4 is good for white, and I got it with a tempo. This I feel happy about.
No, c4 looks
c4 is,
no?
yeah, exactly. I don't want to give all
castles. Now you do this. I think knight d6 is still no big deal.
Yeah.
Here you pick a move, a plan. I don't know. Bishop d2, bishop e3, king h1.
And what is the computer's evaluation?
I mean, it depends how long he thinks, but 0-1, 0-2, nothing special.
Okay. Ah, c4, yeah, main move, okay. Yeah, c4 has to be played. It's just so much the spirit of Adorian of this bishop b7, yeah, and that's why Gary's way of playing was also kind of established as mainstream for White, that White can probably squeeze there, but here we have a different scenario.
Yeah, because bishop d3 is also a bit of a surprise line, trying to take him out of these long forced draws that we talked about earlier. Here you get to play.
And no, he didn't play it. He played bishop d5, yeah.
D5.
I wanted to say that this is a candidate move, but I'm not entirely believing in it. It just feels a little bit artificial. Yeah, but it's time. It consumes too much time.
Also blocks the square for the horsey.
Yeah, well, it's an ambitious move. If it works, it's fantastic, but I just don't really see that this is the way. It cannot be.
You cannot take, I'm assuming.
No, you cannot.
Bishop e3.
Okay, that knight will be trapped.
So, his point is to go back, huh?
Okay, but this is suspicious. At least I would call it suspicious. I'm not daring without engine to say anything that it's bad or not, but I don't believe in it. Somehow this is too artificial. Yeah. But also just c3, knight c6 castles. What is the big deal? What is black trying to achieve?
Don't think there's a big deal.
Maybe he just wants to play c4 here and then develop and say that I was clever, that I regrouped my pieces, yeah, that after c3 I move back the knight with the bishop on d5. But
you don't have time. You need this knight on d5 also, because here all this attack will come.
Yeah.
Okay, one.
Also something like queen to rook ad1, then rook takes d5, exchange sacrifice will be hanging in the air as well. These are all very strange kind of stuffs. No, I don't believe in this.
Also, to give you a fun computer idea, b4 also hanging in the air.
Even this, yeah?
Not the first move you think of, but even this, if you have to take ab,
yeah, then it's already, then it's very
can't
bad.
touch anything. No, bishop d5, risky.
Risky move, yeah?
It goes to show the depth of Andrey's preparation. He was also ready to meet the surprise with his counter-surprise bishop d3, which looks like a natural move, but we explained the history of the line. People normally, they study bishop e2, c4, knight d6 maybe even, and then everything else will be a bit of a surprise.
Wow.
The other guys, bishop b5 is on the board.
On the board, okay, I want to see the camera on Sindarov to see how quickly he will react to bishop b5. And he hasn't blitzed out a4 yet.
That's good news for Wei Yi.
What do we see? Because of course Sindarov knows exactly that bishop b5 was a good move. It was the top move.
Maybe he also knows knight c5, sort of a forced draw if you find some moves, and a4. Interesting if you want a game or something. Second could write, but we don't know how deep he is.
Yeah, exactly. It's impossible to ask everything till the very end. But he might also be just really choosing between the alternatives that he knows that it is available.
Well, they also decide, okay, 20 moves of prep is enough. You go figure it out.
Well, or there is this that the file says that the main line is knight takes c5. It's analyzed very carefully, all this craziness, till the draw. And then it's mentioned that, you know, but a4 is interesting, but a4 bishop c6, that's something that we could analyze for another day. And yeah, as you said, this is now the finals. After all this nerve-wracking tie-break, the players who reached finals qualified to the candidates already. How deep are you digging in every position?
So how deep is your desire to fight today after the celebrations? Yes, I mean, he's clearly not trying to force a draw. He's asking a serious question against Wei Yi's Petrov. But so far that question has been answered. And now he has to take his time. we see both Sindarov and Esipenko deep in thought.
I think Esipenko visited Fat Fish again, because when I came back from the beach around 7:30, he was just sitting into a car and leaving the hotel premises. So it also makes perfect sense that once such a tragedy happens to you, you just don't want to stay in the hotel. You don't want people to see you. You just want to hide.
Yeah. So even if people are well-meaning, it's the worst that can happen to you. Someone comes at dinner and says, "I'm so sorry, anything I can do," and yeah, war tragedy, or even worse. And did you not see he could take the rook? Or
yeah, it's terrible. Yeah, you
don't want any of this.
Nothing. Yeah, I was actually talking to Amruta outside while waiting for the car that takes me to the beach, and I was telling her that there is only one way in such situation to recover, by playing good moves the next day. Yeah, once you start to play good moves, then your confidence level comes back. But there is no secret, no other secret how you can get over with.
Okay, so you're telling me a bit too late. I would have thought alcohol was the only way to recover, but didn't help. So good moves. Now we
only
know.
Good moves. Yeah.
All right, good move here.
Castle is a good move.
Castle's good move, but
it's a good move.
Could have forced the issue with c3 as well, because now he gives another chance for, I don't know if it's a big deal, c4, and now the horse he could jump, which we don't want.
But you very nicely mentioned this idea of bishop going to d2 later on, and ever since you told me this move, I quite like it. So, for example, some king h1, bishop d2, bishop c3, you do some bishop e7 castles business. This bishop on c3 will be wonderful, because you are not hitting my my bishop with knight d5, and as you highlighted, f5 mating ideas might appear on the board.
Very much so. Also, after castles, let's say c4, if I want this stuff, I can still kick the horsey back, just not with c3, but with a3, which feels slightly less harmonious, but also not terrible.
No, probably for white so there is nothing terrible, but yeah, it's just a matter of decision. Yeah, that what you play with white after c4, because it looks good.
And I also know this feeling Yakubboev might be having. If you play a move that feels clever but slightly artificial, maybe you calculate some line, but then your opponent makes neutral move castles, and now you're sitting there again thinking, but I didn't play c4 last move, why didn't I do that? I'm an idiot, should I do it now? No, I must do something else, and sometimes it can make things worse. I mean, you can play bishop e7, but after c3, it's even questions like this he has to think about.
Yeah, a very serious one, yeah? Because takes, queen d6 does not work due to c4.
Yeah, he has
you have to take on f3.
Rook takes, and this feels slightly unnatural because white gives up his positional advantage, but sometimes who cares if we're winning, yeah? I mean,
and
I wouldn't do this with white, but
yeah, me
Compi
too.
likes this.
Yes, Compi likes it. Usually Compi likes everything that I dislike. This is very often the case.
Sorry. You and ChatGPT out there arguing all day, yeah?
Yeah, of course.
No, but this was just an example of the dangers he also has to think about. Of course, Andrey could just play bishop e3 or queen e2, or the plan you mentioned with bishop d2 anywhere. And his position remains pleasant.
That's why people might be laughing when we are saying that this is a human move, or we don't like this is a computer move. For top players, for older generation players, these moves is our soul. Yeah. So basically, whenever we say that this is a computer move, this is not our style, it basically means that it goes against all the principles that we live for. We learned and studied the game, and why we became such great players. And that's why whenever we can make a move that is based on our feelings that, yeah, this is the human, this is our desire, we want to play the position like this, and it's even good, that's the situation you want to be in as a practical player.
Yeah, I agree to some extent. I would argue, maybe more for the younger generation, but I'm sure it was also the same for you. It's not like there were no computers in even 1998. People who work with computers that very often, and I think that's also why some of these kids are so good, like you see the computer move and you're thinking, okay, this makes no sense, but then they actually start thinking about it, like, can I play this and what's the idea, and you learn new stuff all the time. This was a bit different. I don't know, when do you think it changed? Like 2010 maybe, somewhere
Well,
around
2010 already definitely changed. There was a big jump.
2007, 2008, somewhere there.
Yeah, there was this big jump, but okay, it was always like this, that we already had to use computers and we always had to question the computer moves. Yeah, it was like the way to develop. But back then the computer moves were not that strong like today, that you know exactly that the computer moves are for sure good. Back then we were debating whether the computer moves are good, and we wanted to prove that no, our feeling is so much more valuable. Yeah, that was an art by itself. Now things have changed, because whatever computer comes up with, even after a couple of seconds, it's normally the best possible move.
Yeah. Someone who's never used a computer is Angelica. Angelica has done some research on the Petrov. What's going on there?
Oh, absolutely. And I would like to jump on the topic you discussed earlier about the second, because second is not having the rest day. And by the way, in this position, if black plays c6, now knight c3, bishop f5, queen d2, queen a5, queen f2, and suddenly which game we are finding? It's a game of Mukhidin Madaminov, the second of Sindarov. He's playing this position not only with black pieces, as we see here, he made a draw against Atabayev, but also with the white pieces. In this position, he played knight d2, bishop f5, queen b3, queen d7, queen c3, and we see how he's putting pressure now, pushing a4, expanding on the queen side, now castle a5, and this game he won against Yerseny Nestorov in 2024, so 1 year ago. So it's very interesting finding all these games and see how deep in preparation Sindarov is right now. And talking also about the position you discussed earlier, I would like to dive in a little bit more, maybe switching off the engine, because I have some questions to you. So here you discussed this line, pawn takes, knight f6, king e7. I think you went to this position here, but let's continue. e2, queen e2, because we see that white is down a piece in the position. Bishop g7, now rook a d1. And here in this position, I hope you don't see the move, Oh, you see the move. Sorry. I wanted to ask you, how do you continue the attack? And this is a very nice move, because black wants to play bishop e6 and finish the development. But with the g4 move, you're preparing f5 in case of bishop e6. And I would like to continue the line now. c4, queen e3, king f8. And basically, black is forced at some moment to give back a piece in order to finish the development. And here there is a slight advantage for white. Of course, both of the players knew this line. Everyone is prepared, but just to illustrate, how difficult it is if you're finding it over the board. But of course,
basically, I can tell you that there is no person on earth who can foresee the power of the g4 move.
Absolutely.
Yeah, this is a move that you have to know. If this is the only way to put pressure, then good luck. But now the trick is that usually people know that, this is dangerous. Computer says that it's good for white, and then you click your way, and then of course g4. Now it's of course.
Now it makes sense.
Yeah, if we remove the engine, then for example, 30 years ago, I would give persons, two great grandmasters, the chance to analyze for 1 week this position. Without engine, then please report me back. What is your final conclusion? I don't think that you can come up with any conclusion at all.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you see, it's such an easy way. Bishop e6, just finish the development. You're having extra piece in the position. But yeah, both players are prepared. And another line, which I also would like to go a bit deeper, is the f5 move. You discussed a very nice move, of course, played by Wei Yi, d3 at this intermezzo, sacrificing a pawn, because after f5, you showed this line, bishop f6, now queen c4 check. So this is a very important check, because now his king is on this long diagonal. And basically, we're bringing rook to e1. And the point here is you cannot take the pawn on g4. Suddenly f5 is coming, and now you're opening up your bishop. You cannot take. There is bishop e5. And for example, if black is playing some simple move like bishop g7, just removing the bishop, then you're pushing forward with f5, opening up the position, bringing the knight in, and you're just pursuing this attack. So it was definitely what black wanted to do, but nice that he knew this Intermat's d3 move, first sacrificing the pawn and then continuing, not allowing any queen c4 business. But yeah, I mean, talking about this game, and we see that there is a theoretical battle. Who do you think so far is in the front seat, would you say? Because we see on the clock situation, Sindarov is getting lower and lower, and Wei Yi is defending quite well, Peter.
Yes, I think that both players kind of know that this is the correct line. Sindarov certainly has a lot of analysis here. For example, this knight takes c5, I believe he has all the everything analyzed here, though that would be very logical. But he also wants to adjust to the situation. Yeah, he's sitting at the board. He plays the finals. He's thinking like, how much time did Wei Yi spend so far in order to? Okay, if I go for the forced line, then he will, of course, go for the forced moves. Will be a draw. And Jan mentioned this, that there is this a4 move. There is this a4 move, which Sindarov for sure knows that there is this move, but probably he hasn't analyzed it. And then he's now fighting with himself that should he, in the finals now, play a move like a4, because a4 is a compromising move. After a4, bishop c6, there might be no more forced draws. It's maybe 0-0 according to computer, but completely out of control, and you cannot shut the game down. Yeah, so it's a very big decision for Sindarov, and I'm very curious to see how he will react to the situation.
Yeah, absolutely. And talking about the other matchup, which we have, the big fight, because of course it's not only the fight for the third place, but also for the final candidate spot out of the World Cup. Would you say yesterday's tiebreak influenced the players? Because we see Yakubboev already making his first mistakes in the game, while Andrey Esipenko is looking good, like with the time on the clock, 1 hour, 20 minutes. We saw him roaming around, but do you think they still have in the back of their head these losses from yesterday, especially for Andrey?
I think for now Andrey is going to be fine. He won the opening battle and he can just focus on the position. It comes back when you miss something. You think, I'm such an idiot, I was so close to winning this game and why am I here in the first place? There, I think it's hard to shut out these thoughts. But for now, he's having a good position, he's playing a good game. He had a good dinner. Given the circumstances, I think this is as good as it could have gone for him.
Yeah, looking great for Andrey, and yeah, big chances, of course, now. Also, Nodirbek is going to fight well back. As we know, he has been having a great World Cup.
Absolutely. And as we know, we will be right back after the break. Thanks, Angelica. Peter, what are you going to do in the break?
I don't know. Have a break.
The FIDE World Cup 2025 in Goa is one of chess's most intense events, a knockout that tests stamina, strategy, and nerves. Here's how it works. It's a single elimination bracket played over 8 rounds. In round 1, lower-seeded players face off while the top 50 seeds receive a bye into round 2. Each round runs for 3 days, 2 classical games, and if the match is tied, tie breaks on the 3rd day. The drama builds until 2 players reach the final. The semi-finalists who don't advance play a separate match for 3rd place, and that match matters because the top 3 finishers qualify for the next candidates tournament. It's simple: win the match and advance, lose and you're out. Every game takes a player 1 step closer to the title and to a possible shot at the World Championship itself. From start to finish, it's a fight to survive, 1 match at a time.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चालियो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Yes!
Chess, 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों, ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है। अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. É do boi cor.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब हो न जाए चेकमेट चेक में भी होगा जस्ट गोवा कर रहा है वेट कम डोंट बी लेट esto todo एक दो ढाई it's your move it's your move it's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025 starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
it's your move
Goa, an adventure paradise like none other. From lush forests to rugged hills, from pristine ocean beach stretches to stunning lakes, there is something to explore in every corner of the state. And some adventures are wilder than others. Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Chess is evolving. Classical, Rapid, and Blitz championships stand strong. Now we add something new. Norway Chess presents the first FIDE recognized combined world title. Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz. All three in one championship. Part of the Total Chess World Championship Tour. Players will qualify through rating, FIDE tournaments, and other tournaments. Elite competitors travel across continents. Only the best advance. Fast Classic demands strategic depth under time constraints. Rapid tests your calculation speed. Blitz relies on pure intuition. One combined champion. Golden Knight for location winners. Golden Rook for the player with the highest tour points. Golden King for the ultimate victor. Plus candidates qualification. 2027 marks chess history. Follow every move at norwaychess.com. Be part of history.
I'm just playing with them now, yeah. Oh my God, what she saying, say it loud, yeah. I can't respect it, I'm in the gym, but I am not flexing. Came from
the woodpecker method, because practice makes perfect.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again, this time in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League, Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Welcome back, everybody. We're still in Goa, a month in. And more importantly, so are the players who've been playing non-stop. I think there's been literally 2 rest days. Some who avoided tie breaks maybe had 3 or 4. But to prepare every day, play every day for a couple of minutes, for a couple hours, with all this tension, it can be rough, no, Peter?
It is very rough. It's very demanding with all the nerves and everything at play. We have seen, but the good news for these 2 gentlemen, Sindarov and Wei Yi, is that the biggest goals why they came here to qualify for the candidates, this they have already achieved. This is not a golden extra playing for the glory, for the chance to win a World Cup when already you have the candidate spot in your pocket. I think it cannot be a better scenario. The only problem of these players are that they are brilliant players. They came to the World Cup extremely well prepared and they are facing each other and they seem to be neutralizing each other, to be honest. I'm thinking here that will Sindarov convince himself that, okay, let's go for this A4 move that I know that it exists, but I already don't know exactly how it continues. That's basically a jungle. Yeah, it's a principal kind of decision that do you go for the forced lines with knight takes c5 or you just say like, okay, I don't know exactly what happens after a4 with a4 bishop c6 and let's just play. But then it can also backfire. You will have weaknesses in endgames and so on. Jan, what is your feeling that how would you treat this situation or what is your way of thinking how Sindarov will deal with it?
The longer he thinks, the more likely it is, I think, that he will go for knight takes c5 and the forcing stuff, because it shows, first of all, that he's not into details. It's not like he prepared this big surprise a4 here, then it would be on the board already. And even if he knows about it, the more time you spend here, normally that means you talk yourself out of the sharp, unclear situation, and you go for the quote-unquote safe move, which I think you can just calculate, and he probably knows it's not going to win him the game, but that's my feeling. He spent half an hour now. Feeling we will see one of these lines on the board, leading to a likely draw. Here there's bishop f2 or bishop d3. We talked about all this stuff. But if I had to bet, I would bet on something like this.
But look at this also, the tournament road. It means that Sindarov has knocked out Yuan Ji, and there they had a Petrov kind of discussion, yes? So Sindarov versus the Chinese Petrov is very much happening in this tournament. That also explains why Wei Yi for sure wants to make sure, bless you, that he is perfectly prepared in all these tricky sidelines.
Not starting from scratch, but now he's on his own, and you can also see a bit his usual nodding and optimism slightly disappeared. Oh, now it's back. But no, my money's on knight takes c5 if he keeps taking.
He's about to make a move.
Oh, but it's not knight takes c5.
No, not
what
at
was
all.
it? Bishop takes d4? What's
Queen f3.
Oh.
Wow.
He chooses A new direction.
Wow, he's a fighter. He's a fighter.
What is this move? Queen f3. He's sidestepping all these bishop takes d3s with tempo.
Yeah, well, he's protecting the f4 pawn.
Yeah,
let's just quickly highlight that bishop takes d3, queen takes d3, bishop takes f2 check does not win the queen because the knight recaptures and protects the queen, so that would be a blunder, which means that after the queen f3, reinforcing the strengths of white's position, he might feel like the reason why I'm playing this with white is not to get the pawn, not to get another pawn, but just to maintain this knight on e4, f4, g4 construction, so that white might have attacking possibilities on the king side later on.
But let's say black makes, I don't know, what's the normal move to you? b6, rook c8, something that covers the pawn?
Yeah, well, first of all, do I have to cover? Yeah, I have to cover. Because otherwise I'm also pawn down, yeah? And I cannot win the pawn back. Somehow b6 is more natural than rook c8. I don't know, yes. Okay, let's go with b6 first.
Let's say we do this. White takes.
Okay, queen takes.
Queen takes is forced.
Yes, and I'm quite happy with this, yeah, because I think I can take on d3. And probably knight g5, yeah, that's what you want. And then I have to find a way to deal with this.
Yeah, you're not forced to take here.
I'm not forced to, but I wanted to kick the knight away, and I wasn't sure if queen takes d3 is to my liking.
Queen takes, I have tactics.
Knight f6, yeah?
One drawback of b6, sometimes there's rook and all of a sudden.
Yes, yes. But anyway, intuitively, I did not want to move my queen from d4.
Nice. So it's covered, pins the rook.
Exactly.
Well, let's have a look at this. Bishop takes, knight to g5.
And now it's the question, yeah, that how do I... Because seemingly, if I play bishop c4, you still have queen b7. Okay, this is...
Ouch.
This is huge.
You can go queen h8, but...
okay, thank you very much. No, no. Aha, okay, so against bishop c4 you have queen b7. That's very important, because if one more move bishop d5, I'm super happy. That means I have to calculate some rook e8 business and then knight e6, and where does this lead us? This gets out of control. Then of course Sindarov opted for queen f3. It's a fighting move, and Sindarov is a fighter.
Well, this also very much looks like an over-the-board move, no? I mean, this is... Because I think if you wanna test the opponent, you play this a4 move, which asks maybe some tricky questions, but queen f3 is saying, all right, my pawn up.
But how many computer lines you have? Can we check that which number was this queen f3?
Matter. If you let it run, everything's 0-0, of course. So, I mean,
but it was one of the top 3 moves, or
I can only show 2 here, but queen f3 is 0-0.
Wait a second, I think I can show more. I will put 3 moves. Wait a second, I'm turning it on. No, not yet. Top 3 does. Okay, but king g2 is king g2 is no, it's not a move.
King g2.
King g2 would be disqualification. It makes no sense whatsoever.
Oh no, it makes some sense. There's no
okay
to check.
Getting out.
We have some.
Of course, yeah, but yeah, king g2. No, then bishop c6, whatever. No, this is strange. So not even top 3. Let me make more. 4 out of 5. I'm choosing here. Even not the 4th move, queen c2 appeared, which is again a move that...
horrible move.
that
I was threatening queen b3 check.
Oh yeah, but still, okay, yeah, queen c2 we don't even want to waste 1 second on. And I'm using now the maximum 5 out of 5 moves. And even then, no. Okay, so yeah, queen f3, apparently according to Stockfish, here that we have access to is not even top 5.
But any move is 0-0, no?
Everything is 0-0, yes.
So
okay, but imagine queen d2, queen c2, king g2, those 3 moves that appeared. If Wei Yi would have faced them, he would be laughing now. You know, but this queen f3 feels that white wants something from the position. Yeah, this is why it is a very interesting move, because it has a meaning. It's an aggressive move and it shows ambition.
He taking his time now as well. You know, so no matter how well you are prepared, you're not gonna know. Even I think bishop b5 he found by himself, but you haven't checked 7 moves on move 21 here in this very random line that was chosen. So he will think a bit. What could the thought process be? What's White threatening? He's threatening knight takes c5 now, probably. Yeah?
Well, White has also just sidestep rook takes f4, and White is a pawn up, yeah? So it's actually Black to prove that he has enough compensation.
Optically is enough, no? The bishops are nice.
Optically, yes.
It's more about the slight weakness of the king, this g5, knight
Yeah,
g5,
if we could put our pawn to g7 instead of g6,
never worry about compensation.
We would be very happy. So we have also seen, because I remember you asked me that, is b6 or rook c8 more natural to me? And my first instinct was b6 because, okay, who knows, probably the rook will have to go to e8 later on. But in some lines we saw that this opening up the diagonal had some serious drawbacks in some lines. So is there an argument for rook c8? But even, do I really have to protect this pawn? That will be another question.
And if you don't, what useful move do you have? Like even if you don't want to protect it,
yeah, if I go
king
back,
f8 more useful.
If I go back with bishop c6, then I think it feels wrong. The queen on f3 is better placed than on e2.
Yes.
So I would rule out bishop c6. Grabbing a pawn on b2, that is not the soul of the position, so that move we rule out as well. Then I don't know what remains. I don't know what remains.
And
then bishop takes b2.
There comes.
Wow, okay. All right, there was some reasoning behind bishop takes b2 just to destroy the pawn structure forever. And
now White can take here, but then he goes back here. Or does he want to force the issue?
With queen d3, can you or not?
Okay, let's check. If we take... Oh no, but this is an exchange sacrifice. We're not getting our stuff back. This is another question, how bad this is for Black.
Yes,
but I mean,
it's not so clear. With bishop c6 coming, this is quite tricky. But it's probably not what he
material,
wants. Yeah.
So I'm assuming he wants this.
Yeah, bishop d4 is a natural move.
King goes, or takes, both possible. Okay, let's say king goes. Feels like Black should be fine, no? Like.
Yeah, feeling with this light square bishop always is that Black should be fine, but okay, it's tricky because if you are able, for example, to play king to g3 and you get out of the range of that bishop, yeah, and then after all, this knight is very powerful. White has the dark squares. Also, this pawn structure is very nice. So with king on g1, I would be worried of that bishop on c6. With king on g3, I would feel safe. Wow, but in any case, I think that bishop takes b2 comes as a surprise to Sindarov. I don't think that he was really believing that.
Also, not what you're concerned about, no? Building up this stuff. Okay, you want the pawn. Another question is, why doesn't rook b1 win material?
Queen takes d3.
Yeah, that is the answer.
That is, yeah, the answer. Okay, it feels like, but.
Okay, but
take on e4, yeah, of course.
Interesting stuff. Sindarov drinking out of one of these small water bottles. Aquamini. e4. He gets back to the position.
Yeah, he convinced himself to be ambitious with queen f3, and he thinks like, okay, wait a second, but bishop takes b2. Did I see that coming? Yeah, was this really a move? Because I don't know. Somehow, yes, I understand. Long terms, it's desired for Black to destroy the pawn structure, but are we really thinking about long terms?
Never. Carpe diem.
Just like this, yeah?
No, I'm just clicking around. This doesn't seem very dangerous. Yeah, Black gets his pawn back.
Yeah, this should be draw.
Unless you have some
knight
magic.
Okay, knight c5. Yeah, even if I win, it's Probably not enough.
This. Black should be fine.
Yeah, Marshall-ish compensation. Yeah, the light squared bishop.
Okay, just this idiot as well. Okay, Sindarov is going to take his time. We'll, of course, get back to it. In our other battle, match for third place and the candidate spot, what have we seen? Bishop e7, c3, knight c6. Okay, more or less along the lines we expected. He didn't get his bishop here, which is a pity, but he forced the knight back.
Yeah, he forced the knight back. Okay, actually, Vachier should maybe step back a move, because I remember that you were saying that c3 you wanted in connection with knight d6, the computer move. Knight d6, which actually was not played by Andrey for understandable reasons, that you don't want to transpose to a position which is out of control.
No.
But by not doing so, then was c3 really the right choice? Because it also gives black now time to consolidate. And how much is black consolidating? After bishop e3, he played castles.
And how do we continue? Like some of this queen e1, queen g3 plan comes to mind, but we're not even threatening f5 after all that.
Yeah, and besides, I wanted to highlight some queen b7 idea with putting pressure on the e4 knight, but then the c5 pawn is hanging, so I'm not sure if I'm able to do that. But yeah, otherwise you will be in time to play maybe queen g3, rook ae1 or something, bringing all your pieces.
You can annoy.
Yeah, I can. Yeah, let's start.
Let's say this. No, it still feels more pleasant for white.
But
I
feel like black made some improvement. This is my kind of feeling, yeah, that I already wanted more with white.
We should mention, you can't take this pawn yet in either version. Bishop c5, bishop e4 is just bad. Bishop takes c7, takes here. And we take, and knight takes c5. Not losing material, but losing the advantage, because black.
Yes, knight takes c5, yeah. And only black can be better.
Yep. So you should play slowly. The question is how? Queen e2, queen e1,
yeah,
queen
queen
c2.
Queen e2 looks like the most natural move. Yeah, to me, this is the move that I would play in a blitz game a tempo. In a classical game, certainly you start looking for other candidate moves as well. But to me, queen e2 makes so much sense. Yeah, it's just harmonious.
Yeah, still unpleasant. The queen can also go here and then force black to at least think about, do you want c4, you want to give up the bishop, because one day we might take. In such a construction.
Yeah, somehow this rook d8 move doesn't frighten me at all.
No, I was making some
It's a random move, yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Let's say this. No.
Or okay, c4 immediately, no? Wouldn't c4 make the most sense? Because it's always hanging.
Yeah.
And rook a d1, yeah. Okay, rook a b8, for example, but I'm already deep inside me afraid of some rook takes d5 business. Maybe it's not working, but this always, maybe you just want rook f d1 and then slowly
I'm not sure what I want, but it's unclear what black wants
exactly.
too, no? And white can set up everything, h3, king h2, queen f2, and one day I'll want something, no, bishop c5, knight f6, knight d6. Just looks like white has more options, because whatever black does, f6 or f5 looks hard to get, d6 never an option. Giving up the bishop is bad, so what can you do?
Yeah, it is just unpleasant. It is unpleasant. Yeah, just a small little move, queen e2. I think this is what the position requires. There is no reason to be super deep. Just go with the flow.
Just make a move.
And keep a time advantage. I think this would be very important. He's still up 10 minutes, but knowing also what happened yesterday, I think for Andrey it's very important to control the clock, that he can play the game in an absolutely controlled manner. Yeah, that because that always gives you safety.
He's taking his time. Okay, it's not that exciting if he will go queen e2, queen c2, queen e1. Let's see if our boy Sindarov has made a move. No.
No, he's taking his time, and this just confirms what we are thinking, that bishop takes b2 was not expected at all. Yeah. Bishop takes b2 was like a real surprise.
In a way, of course, it's a bit of a cliche. I think it used to be a bit more true than it is now. But it sometimes happened with Chinese players, this first wave of great tacticians that came up, that there would be moves where we would say, okay, this is not in the spirit, but okay, they say, okay, show me, why is it not in the spirit? Yes. And then good luck. I mean, like.
Exactly. Of course, yeah. I think Li Chao was also very famous when we had this match in 2015. He was also trying to drive me crazy with all kinds of unexpected moves.
Yeah.
Because he knows that I'm very good in expected moves, yeah? So making sure that he gets me out of balance was one of his main priorities. Yeah, bishop takes b2. And we see Andrey walking around. I just want to
he made a move, probably.
See his move.
Knight g3, whoa.
Wow. That's a decision.
He's forcing the issue.
That's a decision.
Big decision.
I'm not sure what I'm thinking about it, but for the moment, where do we stay?
Okay, we got take, I'm assuming.
So we go to Andrey's position. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now anyway Sindarov is taking his time, and knight g3 we did not see it coming at all. He wants to release the tension, so bishop takes f3 is obligatory, white will take with the queen, that's for sure. And then black will have to decide how to treat the position.
What does white want?
Exactly.
Just build up here, okay, one.
For example, rook b8, I'm touching this pawn before you comfortably defend it.
I don't know what feels more natural, rook f2 or b3. Generally, I don't want to touch these pawns, but I'm not sure if I like putting the rook on f2. Or queen e2 I can also go, but feels a bit passive. What do you think?
I'm also not 100% sure. I just don't really understand that why white had to force the issue. To my mind, it just looked like queen e2 and then, like you said, rook d1 and just increase the pressure slowly was the way to go. On the other hand, let's also not forget that these are human players who are playing this game, and Yakubboev came up with this bishop d5 move, setting up that he's playing a concept. And the players don't have access to computers evaluation like this. The players don't know that computer was shouting out that it was almost like +1 at some point. Yeah.
Okay, but the +1 stuff was this very direct knight d6. Yeah?
Yes.
Now we've stabilized.
Exactly. Yeah, that doesn't feel like, okay, maybe white is tiny bit better, but this is a very typical kind of normal position for black. One thing we have to also mention after knight g3, bishop f3, queen f3, that in general, yeah, it's very typical for black to try to break this construction with d6 or f6 or f5 or d5. Basically, anyway, white will capture that that push, and I just feel that I don't want to touch this yet with black because I'm stepping into this knight e4 tempo, but also some f5, and then trading the f pawn for the e pawn can also weaken the light squares. There are just too many kind of drawbacks that catches my attention. Jan, do you share those feelings, or am I seeing ghosts?
I don't think you're seeing ghosts, but it's a decision, because strategically you want this, and if nothing too direct happens here, I'm not sure. Like, how do we do it? Knight g3, f5?
Yeah, for example, even I highlighted that instead of knight e4, also the move f5 disturbs me. Yeah, that... okay, I don't know if I'm able to play rook f8 and it works out or not, but I'm scared of this.
Yeah. The good news is you only have to be scared short term. Yeah, if this works, you solve all your strategic issues.
Okay, but so the light squares. Okay, it's more, I think, that it's kind of direct. Yeah, that after queen g4 you have knight e5 maybe. If not for knight e5, I don't know what's happening.
This.
Or you have also bishop d6, but knight h5. Wait a second. You can handle this. but okay,
around.
this is this is very shaky, of course. But yeah, it just I don't see Yakubboev playing f5. I mean, of course he will take on f3, but don't see him playing f5 yet.
The other question is, but this
is slightly worse.
It's just a bit sad.
Yeah, knight e4 and then f5 and no, this is not good.
This doesn't seem to solve the structural issues.
Yeah, in fact, it creates structural issues. So no. We keep. If we break, then only with f5, but I'm not sure if we want to break. And if we include rook b8,
both, rook b8, let's say b3. I'm not sure if b3 is the move.
Okay, b3, then already now the break makes more sense in my mind, at least.
Bishop takes also there, but knight e4.
Also, bishop takes c5 probably is possible after bishop f6. Yeah, and now the big question, who benefits in long terms with this b3 business?
Strange position.
Yeah, very strange position. If white tries to grab the pawn with g4, rook f7, knight takes c5, then knight e5 will be an issue, right? I think that will be an issue.
Oh, nice.
A huge one.
That's a big issue.
Yeah. Yeah, no, of course, white also has to keep the control somehow.
Yeah. White can still do sort of nothing, no? I mean,
rook e1, yeah?
One or
rook
e1,
or...
I don't know.
Okay, rook f8, I mean, sorry, rook bf8. Just like this, yeah? Just very slowly.
It's weird structure. I mean, it feels nice for black to have all this stuff in the center, but e6 always weak. We move the d pawn, c5 is slightly weak.
Yeah.
Not so clear.
Not so comfortable, yeah.
And what's interesting is that Yakubboev is thinking a while about bishop takes f3,
Yes.
which we said was forced. I mean,
yeah, bishop
could go bishop c4.
No, but this is...
Does he want that?
This is... I did not even consider it as
thinking about it.
As a candidate move, but maybe it's a move. If he's already taking his time, he is thinking. But for example, wait a second, bishop c5, just play bishop e2, and I force you to trade. No, because bishop d5, c4, I'm trapping the bishop. And if that's what I wanted to highlight, that if you take on e2 and I take queen e2, then who can? Yeah, he will take on f3. He's about to pick up the bishop on f3.
It's also a good reason to convince yourself. Maybe you're not
Exactly.
sure if it's good or not good, but okay, the guy can reach the same more or less anyway. What's the point?
Exactly, and even maybe queen on e2 is more harmonious. Yeah, no, he takes on f3.
Queen will take, and then Sindarov will think again. Yeah, big decision by Esipenko, this knight g3. Computer-wise, it doesn't really throw away the advantage, but it wasn't the preferred solution. And optically, to me, it feels like it makes black's life a little easier.
Little easier. I think that this knight g3 is a typical move that it will very much depend on the final outcome of the game, how we'll judge this knight g3. Because if Esipenko goes on to show a very nice kind of strategic game and somehow squeeze out a victory, then we will say that knight g3 was lovely, releasing the tension, sensing that this is a risk-free, slightly better position for white. That's what he needed.
If it was some classical game, it would be praised. No, Capablanca understands the strong d5 bishop has to be exchanged.
Yeah,
and now there's this 18-point plan. Yeah, like put king on h1, reinforce the center, take c5.
But if, for example, Yakubboev will get a rather comfortable draw, then clearly we will be highlighting that knight g3 was the move that released the tension a little too early, and maybe it was premature. Yeah? So I don't dare to judge this move yet, but it came as a surprise.
Sounded a little judgy. Just saying. All right, back to Wei Yi. Oh, exchanges, but bad exchanges. What's going on? Oh, he played rook b1?
So the forced draw is happening.
I'm not even sure. Let's check. So Sindarov went rook b1, which was also the question I had, but takes takes.
Well, honestly, I just thought like I'm fixing a draw with black. I was not thinking about anything else.
The funny thing here, bishop takes e4 is more or less a draw. But I think Sindarov thought the same. And he thought, okay, let's go home. Bishop b2 interesting. But there's this move. And do you make a draw?
Wow, and then knight c5, rook takes g4 check. And then these two pawns versus where should be draw. But actually, white needs this? Because white can never be better.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, he went for this, and you could be worse with white.
Wow, but this is completely shocking. Then this bishop takes b2, the move that came as a total surprise to us, also completely disbalanced Sindarov.
Yeah, he thought, okay, I missed this, and it's not so clear, let's force a draw, but it's not even clear, he's forcing a draw. Also, very typical Wei Yi stuff. No, the Petrov, he solves his problems, but then sometimes it just takes over.
Yeah, he's not playing the Petrov to fix a draw. Yeah, he's just wants to get stability, and then he's looking for the chances.
Seen it against Arjun, against Esipenko as well, even though he didn't win all these games. And now, not saying he's winning or he's gonna win, but
it is just insane from White's perspective to allow this.
Yeah.
He missed
okay, let's make a draw. Or let's be slightly better, even though... No, I don't think he's slightly better. He's just trying to make a draw. By rook f4?
Yeah, because rook f4 is like... because otherwise in your mind you think like bishop takes e4, bishop takes f1. Yeah, if he takes on f1, you take rook f4, you take on c5, and you will win one pawn back, or you get a better version. Yes, because after b6 you even have knight d7. In knight takes c5, b6... there is knight d7 probably, and then will be the forking issue. So you might be thinking about this kind of stuff, that this is happening, and then rook takes f4, rook takes g4 check, and then takes on f1.
Picks up another pawn.
And look at Wei Yi.
Especially,
he looks surprised, completely surprised. Wait a second, what's happening here?
I've noticed also often when checking with computer, but very much this for material with a knight and a bishop against a rook and one or two pawns. In endgames, often I'm very surprised that computer says, okay, rook and pawn are winning or much better. I mean, knight and bishop, somehow they don't do so well against this rook.
Yeah, and I think one very important detail is that black has no weaknesses. Yeah, this is, and of course the rooks have tons of open files, yeah. And, okay, yeah, how do you have, wait a second, what is happening? This is real good winning chances for free. Look, where he is looking at, but what is happening? Why can't I take on f4? What am I missing? He will take rook f4. There is no way he will not take rook f4.
No, if he's pausing for so long, it's clear. I mean, you could blitz out bishop takes e4, but if he doesn't do it, he's seen it.
But also you can see the surprise on his face. He just doesn't understand what's happening. He thinks like, I wanted to force draws with bishop b5, with bishop takes b2, and then suddenly I get this possibility.
No, it's a bit careless, because I would still think if bishop takes c5, where he is trying to just neutralize this, but you can never, you can never lose with white.
You cannot.
And all this stuff. And these lines we looked at. Well, now, let's check again. Rook f4. Knight c5 looks logical.
Well, it's forced, yeah. And rook take g4, you have to play bishop g3.
Gotta stay in touch with the rooks. Forced, takes is forced, takes.
And here I even have a choice to play rook f8, check or b6. Very comfortable and very convenient choice.
Knight d7, maybe slightly annoying.
Yes, maybe let's start with rook f8 check. If you already have, the chance to play everything that is good, let's do it.
And now the knight jumps somewhere, but it doesn't have, also doesn't have an outpost, no? There's no stability for
yeah, so you have to jump knight d7, and I have to hide my rook f5.
Here is nice, no? Controlling.
Yes. Controlling the situation.
And then if the king comes and the rooks can start attacking pawns, I mean, it's...
Yeah, basically white has to be very fast here with rook c2, for example. Yeah, activate the rook and try to use that you are under some pressure. I want to use that you are under some pressure.
Okay.
Probably
not
if you
under
look
much pressure,
with
but
computer, if you look with computer, you're under no pressure,
pressure
at
is
all.
not so high after H5. No, I hear what you're saying.
Yes, I pretend, I really believe that I put some pressure with Rook C2. Okay, H5, King H3, I'm getting out of this.
H5, by the way, nice move as usual. With computer moves, once you've seen it, because he's trying to provoke H3, after which this bishop is
Yes,
also
yeah, no. I will go King H3, so that I open my bishop. And why are you not scared?
I'm slightly scared, but maybe you should also be a little scared.
Well, if it's a computer, I'm fighting against them, definitely. Wow, and all this rook gets to the 7, yeah, it does nothing to you, yeah.
No, yeah, white is lost.
Yeah, white is lost, yeah. Unbelievable.
Go very quickly.
Yeah, but okay, this was the principal line. Of course, I don't have to play like this. But if I start retreating, then it's clear that it will be a horrible torture. And if it becomes a torture, probably long-term white won't be really able to hold this.
Yeah, that's the problem. There's no stability.
Yes. No outpost for the pieces. Because, for example, in open Spanish, there is this deal-ward gambit, famous deal-ward gambit with 2 pawns, rook versus the 2 pieces. But there we have a fixed structure kind of situation where we always know that based on the structure, white can never be worse. Yeah, but yeah, that's the
outposts are there.
Outposts are there. Yeah, let's just show this to compare why we are so worried here for white. And Wei Yi is just looking around because...
I don't know which line you mean, but
yeah,
just
this,
picking some.
This takes and then knight f1, knight e5 and or rook e8, yes, this.
Oh, sorry, I mixed up something, but...
Yeah, but in any case, later after some knight e5, king g1, knight takes f3, yes, we take everything, and when we compare this position with the other position, then we see also materially it's 2 pawns plus rook versus 2 pieces, but the pawns are blocked. And if white stabilizes here, white can even fight for an advantage. That's the whole point. So black has to be very energetic to prove that he's okay move per move. But in the position that we are having, and look at Wei Yi will just play rook f4. He wandered around enough, not understanding why he can't take. He will take.
Sure. Just one more point in this position. White also has the 2 bishops. Like, not always, but if we magically made these guys disappear, black is also very comfortable.
Black is, yes.
So it's often
exactly
in these stupid knight and bishop that struggle fighting against the rook. Yeah, if Wei Yi does rook f4, also will be a bit of a shock to Sindarov.
Well, by now,
fight for a draw.
By now, he has definitely seen what he has done. And the point is that it can cost him the World Cup. If he loses with white, I don't think that there is any way back, to be honest. So is this a decisive mistake for throwing away a brilliantly played tournament? This is also quite tough.
No, it's also what we talked about. Yeah, I mean, the tension is a little off. He's achieved his goal. He's in the candidates. And then to maintain this level of focus all the time after surprise, rough for anyone. Still, it's not lost yet.
It's not lost, no. He will put up heroic fight and maybe will even hold the draw. There is not a given that. It's just like the tendency of the game. It looked like 20 minutes before, okay, white can shut the game down with a draw. It's his preparation. But one thing we should also mention that this is one of the big dangers of modern chess. Yeah, when you play some computer kind of line which is not very logical and you blitz out all your moves, you are not yet in the game because you haven't done a single decision by yourself, and then suddenly if bishop takes b2 is the first moment when you really think about, because with queen f3 you were thinking that should I go for this fourth draw that we already had, maybe there was some a4 but I don't know about this, but I also want to fight, let's play queen f3, so yeah, absolutely not yet solving any problems over the board. And then the first time you solve something, you miss a detail and then you are on the wrong foot and you have to defend some very unpleasant endgame.
Been there, done that.
We know all these feelings, yeah.
Wei Yi
Yeah, there is also not much
like
to...
He just can't
exactly, that he cannot
understand why
believe.
he was handed this gift. Yeah, but
Exactly, yeah, there is just... okay, he still has 45 minutes. He knows that if I go rook f4, I can basically blitz out the rest of the game. But what am I missing? What's wrong? What's wrong with me?
And to hit that switch as well, yeah, earlier, every line he's calculated, he's wondering, am I safe in the end? Is this a draw or not? And here he could go bishop e4 and he will never lose. So to all of a sudden have the chance to play for a win, it's a tough switch. But he's seen it and I think he's going to do it.
He will do it, yeah. There is just no way he will not do it. And I can already hear his interview afterwards, regardless how the game ends. If it's a draw or he wins, that he just, I just did not understand what my opponent wants.
I don't think Sindarov wants anything. I think he just missed rook f4. Or rook g4, I don't know, some detail.
Yeah, some detail, yeah, just something very simple. No, but he takes on e4. Wow. Okay, Sindarov.
Draw is enough.
Yeah, Sindarov and whole Uzbekistan can be very relieved.
Wow.
This is fantastic news.
But I'm surprised actually, because he clearly was considering it, he's seen it, and he's so strong that, I don't know, you tell me even without compy or anything, if you're asked here who's better, it's always black, no?
Yeah, it is always black, risk-free and everything, of course, with good winning chances.
8 b6, yeah.
You don't know if it's winning. Maybe I will say that maybe a little bit more chances for draw than win, but this is almost like 50-50 kind of.
Sindarov, let's see, he probably won't show it, but he must be breathing a bit of relief, no? When he's standing somewhere there watching the monitor, and then he says bishop e4. Now I think it's more or less a formality. We make some more moves with opposite color bishops. We shake hands. No, this is shocking. Just to go a little further, very often we learn, or for me it was when I started chess, I was taught rook 5 points, bishop 3, knight 3, pawn 1. So I thought, okay, 5 plus 2 is 7. The other guy's a 6. So I was always trying to do that. And then you often learn in the middle game, maybe you don't want the rook and 2 pawns against 2 pieces, they're too strong. But in the end game, especially if it's knight and bishop, who don't work together so well, more often than not, the rook and the 2 pawns are superior.
Yeah, and with all these open files and everything beautifully coordinated, it's really unbelievable. But okay, we understand the players also, they are very tired, they can miss something. Of course, we would say in classical game, if it happens in a rapid game, it's possible. I wouldn't have believed that it's possible that it can happen even in classical.
By the way, Sindarov, who's blitzed out his last moves, he's still messing around a little bit. Because here we've seen bishop takes c5, rook fc8, bishop d4, rook c4, and he blitzed out bishop e5, which is not good.
Not good, yeah? And rook d8 played.
Exactly.
Grabbing all the files. But okay, come on, it's...
That's what I thought. I thought shake hands, but how...
It's not, yeah? Some
shake?
h3 king h2 is not possible. It would be some setup that would come to my mind.
Possible.
Rook d3 king h2. And rook a3 is coming.
Some weaknesses. Some rook might come here. No, I think I agree that there are also Wei Yi, after what he decided, they're in the mode to shut it down. Okay, we'll put his rook on the open file and see what happens, no? And that's why our beloved friend...
And wait a second, so your conclusion was that instead of moving the bishop from c5, and could have he played some rook c1 or just... Maybe he could have played rook c1, provoking b6 bishop with trade one pair of rooks.
Okay, Compy says the most accurate is rook e1.
Okay, but this
bishop
is not
f3,
so
I guess
easy.
that's why he didn't want to do it.
Yes.
Bishop d4 now. But also after bishop d4, rook c4. I mean, he blitzed out bishop e5, which is natural, it's the outpost. But the computer says rook d1 or bishop f6, stopping rook d8, was the way to keep it balanced.
Wow.
Now, because he blitzed this out, now he looks a little off. Yeah?
Yes, maybe he was so happy and relieved that...
Yeah, to survive this.
Yeah, that, okay, now we shake hands and that's it, but there are some questions.
We've got to earn the handshake.
Still some small questions. And wow, in the other game in Esipenko, Yakubboev decided to break with d6.
What
and
we
then,
said was non.
Yeah, and then we saw like this is unpleasant.
Still think so.
What is he thinking about? Is he trying to get knight to e7? Or how is he? Because bishop e7, f5 looks very unpleasant. I think knight e7, but knight e7, is it possible? And then rook d8. I don't know, but I don't like it. Everything is so strange.
Close, maybe surviving, but
wow, okay, then show till the end. Yeah, that rook c8, bishop takes c5. Beautiful,
yes.
Beautiful little tactic. Wins the game. No, I'm not getting this.
Checkmate.
I'm not getting this. Decisions. Only that, of course, the players are extremely tired. And, of course, beautiful scenario for Wei Yi and Sindarov. They're tired, but already we have the candidate spot in our pocket, while Yakubboev and Sindarov are fighting for their lives and being probably extremely tired.
Absolutely. Let's welcome back Angelica, who has also had a look at that game. What's going on?
Absolutely, and I'm just surprised right now what has just happened in the game, because I just came here to explain the opposites. In this position, if black is pushing d6, d5 was happened in the game. The point is that white doesn't have to react. In case white goes rook a8, e1, and black decides to take, suddenly there is a f5 push. So that's the point why actually this take is not even a threat for white. The same happens, for example, if black is trying to also break the center with f6. We're bringing rook a to d1 now in this case, and after pawn, and after pawn takes on e5, now f5 one more time. So you cannot really push the pawn. The square on f5 is going to be always covered by the knight. The knight will be ready to jump there. And also long term, you're threatening, once you remove your queen, to fully destroy the black's pawn structure. So I'm really surprised by this decision, which has just happened live. Taking on d6 was absolutely unnecessary.
But it was d5.
d5.
But he played d5.
Now we don't react
now
to
it's
a
a
slightly
different
different structure, so d5 maybe was smart, because he avoided this d6 rook e1.
Yeah, so it was much smarter decision. Computer still, of course, prefers white's position, because probably the pawn structure is much more preferable for white. The c5 pawn long term could be a weakness in the endgame. But talking about the other match, Wei Yi's decision not to go further, I checked the lines. I couldn't really find anything really dangerous for black, what he might have feared in those games. And I'm also recalling some of the games in the tie breaks against Esipenko, where Wei Yi didn't want to push and agreed in a draw, if you remember this rook end game. Do you think it's something on psychological level that he's maybe was a little bit afraid to push, or why was this decision made by him? What do you think?
I think that it was kind of a shock that that his opponent chose this. Yeah, and then you start to see some ghosts like, he wants to get this, and then your automatic reaction is like, I don't want to give him what he wants. But here the question was that probably Sindarov, to his horror, realized that he blundered rook takes f4, because it cannot be that you voluntarily go into this position, because you understand that actually you will have to fight very hard and you have to be very lucky end of the day if you save that game. So that was kind of a shock, because also at least it's very difficult to read Wei Yi, because he seems to have the poker face. But to me, it looked like he's wondering that why can't I take on f4? And I was absolutely sure that, it's just a matter of time he will take it, and then he liquidates. Then all of a sudden, Sindarov comes back, blitzes out the moves almost like, okay, that's it. Yeah, we know it's draw. We just have to wait till move 30. And then Jan told me that, wait a second, bishop e5, rook d8, and suddenly this position is a bit tricky. Of course, it should be draw, but the point is that in this situation, you as a player already kind of saw like the game ends, because it's automatic draw. If you are encountering some problems and you have to go on the defensive, that can be very unpleasant psychologically.
Yeah, obviously, because it's much more difficult for White to push. And and also we have seen that Javokhir was not at the board almost the whole time. Basically, he went for this line. Do you think he might have seen it? Because many times players blunder something or like miss some opportunities. And then once it appears on the board, they suddenly see it, and maybe he just didn't want even to be at the board.
Of course, yeah. Normally, this is also a very important rule, I think, and it's nice that you bring it up, that you want to be as far from the board as possible, not to signal anything, you know, that your opponent gets the feeling that you are worried of something. You are just chilling in the relaxing room, like this is part of your plan, that, please take on F4, while to your horror, you are thinking like, what have I done? How could I have blundered? Look F4, but the opponent doesn't know this.
Absolutely. So still the game is on. Sindarov is still under pressure, so the game is not finishing just yet. As well as Esipenko is also trying to push against Yakubboev. Tough matches.
More action to come. Thanks, Angelica. We'll be right back.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Chess is evolving. Classical, rapid, and blitz championships stand strong. Now we add something new. Norway Chess presents the first FIDE recognized combined world title. Fast Classic, Rapid, and Blitz. All 3 in one championship. Part of the Total Chess World Championship Tour. Players will qualify through rating, FIDE tournaments, and other tournaments. Elite competitors travel across continents. Only the best advance. Fast Classic demands strategic depth under time constraints. Rapid tests your calculation speed. Blitz relies on pure intuition. One combined champion. Golden Knight for location winners. Golden Rook for the player with the highest tour points. Golden King for the ultimate victor. Plus candidates qualification. 2027 marks chess history. Follow every move at norwaychess.com. Be part of history.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार देगी अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Yes!
चेस 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है। अब इंडिया बोलेगा It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. E to tuoi cor.
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग. शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन. विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन.
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है. खेल जमेगा खूब. It's your move. हो न जाए checkmate. It's your move. check में भी होगा just. It's your move. गोवा कर रहा है वेट. It's your move. Come, don't be late. It's your move. It's todo. It's your move. एक दो ढाई. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move. It's your move.
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
In December, the world turns to Doha, Qatar for chess at its fastest and fiercest. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships bring the globe's elite to battle under lightning time controls. December 26th to December 30th, Rapid and Blitz formats designed to reward precision, courage, and creativity. In the heart of the Middle East, Doha offers more than a board, a world-class venue, a cultural backdrop, and a stage worthy of legends. With a €1 million prize fund on the line and the title of world champion at stake. The 2025 FIDE World Rapid and Blitz Championships, the ultimate test of fast chess.
Chess is more than just a game. It's a tool for empowerment, connection, and transformation. In 2025, FIDE is proud to launch the Year of Social Chess. We believe in the power of chess to bring about positive change, from therapy and education to rehabilitation and inclusion. Social chess is our way to build a better world. The Year of Social Chess will introduce groundbreaking initiatives across the globe. Monthly themes will address critical social challenges: chess for protection in refugee camps, chess for cognitive health among the elderly, and even chess for addiction recovery. Through this initiative, we are mobilizing communities, conducting research, and creating opportunities for all to experience the joy and impact of chess. Join us for online chess events, global conferences, and even a documentary film festival that will showcase the power of social chess. Let's make 2025 a year to remember. The Year of Social Chess is here. Let's change the world, one move at a time.
Welcome to the FIDE Online Chess Museum. The International Chess Federation proudly presents the FIDE Chess Museum, an online space celebrating the rich history and evolution of chess. Explore exhibits that trace the game's fascinating journey. Discover the origins of chess, beginning in the distant past, and follow FIDE's centenary journey. Rare chess sets, unique books and memorabilia, autographs of chess legends, trophies of historical tournaments, and stories of the chess champions. Explore the game's legacy and future. Chess is more than a game. It's a global culture of strategy and unity. Join us to experience this unique online journey where history, culture, and passion for chess converge. And also on your phone.
And we are back. The finals of the World Cup are going on, as is the match for third place that will determine our last player in the candidates pretty much. No, Peter? We more or less know the other 7 at this point.
Yes, that is. And I was actually now in the break trying to understand, what they are going through. That we see in the Sindarov Wei Yi game that some unexplainable things are happening. It just connected with the fatigue, the tiredness. There we see our candidates so far who qualified.
2 missing, but Nakamura and Prague are in. Prague has a big lead in the FIDE 2025 circuit. Nakamura could only be stopped by Magnus Carlsen, playing 24 rated games until the end of the year. The odds aren't very high.
Yes, I think Magnus has just revealed that he is joining the World Rapid and Blitz in Doha, but this is not classical chess, so there is no danger looming from that angle. I think Hikaru can lean back, and for sure he's already doing preparation. And by the way, I wanted to ask you that what do you make of this, that we haven't been seeing Lenier Dominguez in the last couple of months in action, and we know that he's one of the best players in the world, missing out in Grand Swiss, not playing the World Cup. Okay, is he already working for Hikaru? Could it be? In my mind, it's very logical, and he would be probably the perfect choice from Hikaru's perspective.
I didn't know about this connection. Is that a thing of the past? Have they worked together?
No, I don't know anything about the connection. The connection is just that otherwise Lenier, a very strong player with 27-40 something, having the chance to fight for candidates himself would be very logical. I just don't see any reason not to.
I'm not sure. I would be surprised if he was working for Hikaru, because Lenier Dominguez lives in St. Louis, so I thought he was more part of that scene, which Hikaru is not, and I've never heard anything. But I do not know Hikaru. Yeah, he's prepared for past candidates with his main coach, Chris Littlejohn, of course, and then there were other grandmasters involved. I'm not sure what's public, what's not.
I think Niklas Kuschenbeth is more or less public, yes, for sure, and I think also Niels Grandelius was kind of known to be in the candidates.
I know that. I'm not sure what's been announced, but I've never heard Lenier
the record. No, Lenier is the secret. Lenier is the big secret. I'm just kind of sure. Thinking about maybe he's working for Fabiano. It also
that would be more logical.
Makes perfect sense. I just mean that somehow his disappearance from the scene, and he also haven't played the US Championship, did he?
I don't know.
Yes.
I'm also not sure about his family life. He has some young kids. Maybe he's taking a break. I do not know.
Yeah, but somehow it just connects. I wanted to highlight that in my mind, Hikaru is extremely ambitious. So is Lenny involved or he's not involved? I have no idea. I have also no information. I'm just speculating for myself. But I think for Hikaru it would mean so much to win the candidates. Yeah, he's so extremely motivated, and playing a World Championship match, potentially winning the title would be so huge for him. I can imagine. I would encourage him to contact Lenier in any case.
You can provide some phone numbers. There we see Wei Yi, and we've seen the candidates field earlier. So let's see if we can do it off the top of our heads. Wei Yi is in. Sindarov is in. The winner of Esipenko Yakubboev is in. Then we have Bluebaum and Giri from the Grand Swiss. We have Pragnananda, pretty much guaranteed through the FIDE circuit. We have Nakamura, that's what we were talking about. He will get the rating spot. He had to become active, so he played some tough tournaments. I think he won the Louisiana State Championship very convincingly. And who are we missing?
Fabi from the FIDE circuit 2024.
From the 24 circuit, that's right. Fabi also not playing in this World Cup. Fabiano Caruana. Another name, similar story. Like Nakamura, he's been so close, had this great match against Magnus, and to get back. He also lost to Kayakin, or didn't win against Kayakin that last game in the candidates where they were tied, but Kayakin had a better tiebreak. So he narrowly missed out on one match. And for this generation, it's more or less maybe the last stand, no? Before These kids can become even stronger. The Pragues, Vincent, Erigaisi, Sindarovs. Now these 33, still 30, I don't know how old Hikaru is, 36, 37. This is the moment.
Well, I feel that they have tremendous class, so chess-wise they will be still there and maybe even favorite compared to the younger generation. But in modern chess, energy means so much. Yeah, the possibility to withstand all this pressure, to be able to prepare, to have the hunger, and there we see Rook C2, Rook takes D3, another handshake is coming after Rook F2.
Oh, Rook G2 is giving a perpetual.
Ah, he's giving a perpetual, okay.
Or is he? Rook F2, King G1, Rook G2 would be one way to end it. Is there a way to play for a win? No. You do not want to take here, because then all of a sudden White emerges with an extra piece.
Yeah, you
but
can
you can
play
give
Rook
this
G3.
check, or this check here. This would lead to
basically
draw.
this is the
Oops, sorry.
repetition. Yeah, this is the repetition, and the Rook G3, King H2, Rook takes D3 would be maybe some argument if you want to play, but I don't really see this. Yeah.
Now with one pair of rooks.
Yeah, it's very
bit hard to believe.
unlikely. If he already did not take Rook takes F4, then he will not really.
Yeah, this is still
all around here.
The big moment in that game, and maybe, depending on who wins, of the finals. There was this juicy pawn that Wei Yi could have taken, but instead of saying, give me the loot, somehow Sindarov, by staying away from the board, managed to hypnotize him and made him go bishop takes e4, after which the game is equal again. Then, yeah, I thought briefly here there was a small chance. Bishop e5, h3, rook d3, but Sindarov, I think, found a nice way with his rook b3, not getting in trouble. Because if the rook comes here, he can keep chasing it. And with one pair of rooks, he always has defense on the second rank. And there's nothing. So I would expect this to end now. Oh, rook takes g4, hang on, what's going on?
Wow.
But what? Rook f3? What's going on?
What is this? Ah, okay, anyway, Rook G3 is coming and then King H2.
Ah, he's saying, okay, let me pick up a pawn, will still be draw. But that does win a pawn.
Yeah.
Funny. Rook df3, Rook G3.
It equals...
King H2, takes.
Equals a draw for him.
This is still a draw with opposite colored bishops. Sometimes I lose these things in blitz and I get very annoyed, but in a classical game.
Yeah, no, in classical games.
What's the best strategy to defend such a thing? Like, Black wants to bring his king over here. How should White defend?
Yeah, well, you can also just start walking with your king towards the queen side.
King, yeah.
Yes, and then king is 3. Put pawn on h4. Yeah, because whenever black king goes to g4, we can just protect the weakness on h4 with the bishop. We don't need that. We have to make sure that our king is kind of... But anyway, what is the danger? Because king b3 comes, for example, after king c4 we play king d2, king b3 we play bishop to d6, and even when those pawns are coming, we just trade the pawns and we have our king next to...
I'm making random moves, but just to illustrate, before AB.
Yeah, also a4 doesn't mean anything, because even when you push a2, bishop e5 will protect the long diagonal.
Still not queening, and if a takes b,
it's not dangerous at all.
This pawn will never go anywhere. Just wait.
Yeah, we wait. b3, bishop g7. No, just bishop g7 and okay. Yeah. Thank you very much.
Tries his luck over here.
Then king e3. Ah, you want to go this way.
Here.
I thought like this is the very systematic that we are just following. But maybe this is the way to lose.
Blundering.
Yes.
Yeah, I always lose this thing.
Yeah, no, this king f2 was unfortunate. Yeah, maybe already you can... Yeah, this is... No, this...
This
okay.
is how my blitz games normally go.
No, yeah, these games would not. They would flag you, not
that also. But
yeah, no, of course, here if you can just take the pawn. But okay, in general, it's very difficult even to take it seriously.
Yeah, even this construction, there's not much to do. Because h6 we always take, and if the king goes... I mean, I know I can take the pawn, but just to show, if the king goes here...
Yeah, also put bishop d5 so that the pawn is protected.
Yeah.
This is then h6. Bishop
Still
f6,
dangerous.
king
Still
g4
dangerous.
kind of business.
This is funny. I wanted to show this
bishop
draw,
g7.
but g5 actually wins for
me. G5, yeah, it's insane.
It's never that simple.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Yeah, let's just put g5 on the board to appreciate f take g5.
Because I wanted to show this is a
forever Esipenko.
Fortress, but g5, f takes g,
and h5. And this is
black
the
gets the pass pawn.
Yeah, the famous, if you have two pass pawns from enough distance.
Distance, 4 rows, and you win.
Yes. Wow. Okay. So actually,
it's never that simple.
Based on this, h3 f4 construction, yeah, if the pawn would be on g3 or wherever it would be, absolutely no talk. But
of course, this was a helpful line, and he will draw, but you have to pay some attention. So Wei Yi did find a way to continue.
Well, also there is the argument that wait a second after rook g3 king h2. Yeah, okay, let's get this position. Yeah, okay, so takes. That if we actually try to fix the queen side with some bishop b8, a6, a4, or after a4, no, then I have to start with a4 first. Because here you can push b5, anyway we get the simple.
Yes.
Okay, anyway it's a dead draw, but yes, if I even want to avoid this, can I start with a4?
But how do you avoid...
You play b6, yeah.
The same business?
Yes, yeah, same business, yeah. No, okay, and I also don't need to avoid, I don't have to avoid.
No,
yeah.
no, of course.
Yes.
So let's make a clean draw. Where's the clean one?
Okay, this one is, I think, now pretty clean because the pawn is still even stuck on b5 compared to b3.
Like, make some move, I don't know.
Okay, let's push it to h4 anyway, this pawn.
I don't know. I have a feeling we always get this, and there's a chance to.
Yeah, with this, yeah, because of this h6 g5 idea there. Yeah, it's just forever waiting. It's not so easy. So actually, how is this a dead draw then? It will be interesting to see what computer says. That where is the?
How Compi holds this?
Because yeah, this is
g5.
all kind of thematic.
Okay, you wait. I do my thing.
King h5.
And here we have to not allow h6 with the tempo. I think that's maybe the key. We have to go.
And h6 bishop f8.
Bishop f8, yeah. And the king is blocking.
Thank you very much.
G4 we take, and g5 we take. There's no h5.
Yeah, so this
that's
is
the moment to pay attention.
Yeah, this is quite instructive.
Here, if we go here, we actually lose.
We lose, yeah.
Bishop f6, king g4, and there's nothing to do. Bishop g7, g5. We've seen. So there's a trap.
Being the brilliance, yeah.
But it can be avoided by going away.
But
I mean,
wait
all
a
these
second.
principles, so you always see, take the pawns, blah, 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 but move on.
But okay, yeah, so basically believe too much of Sindarov. We already thought like it will be a repetition of moves.
No, I just missed rook takes g4.
Yeah, he completely missed rook takes g4, and he's a little bit nervous because he knows that, okay, it should be actually dead draw, but it's a dead draw that we had this question which will arise in his mind, that what happens if the guy gets a b pawn and his king starts to, so he will have to foresee this bishop
Yeah,
attacking
he's probably
the h6
thinking
pawn.
about in these scenarios, no.
And this is not easy.
Not easy at all.
Basically, okay, once he goes for that position, he will find, but here you are fighting with your ghost, so you are deciding on your defensive setup based on thinking that this is a fortress, this is the dead draw kind of thing, and if there you miss something, and it turns out that your defensive line is not the dead draw one, then it's very unfortunate.
Yeah, you could argue you should just make a move because they lead to the same position anyway. It doesn't matter if he takes this rook.
No, but is he actually considering playing rook ff3 so that after rook g3, king h to rook f3, he will go some rook d7 for activity?
No,
but
that's how you lose. No,
yeah, that's how you lose.
Yeah.
But he's considering it out of desperation. No, not rook d8 check, rook d7. I thought, but of course, it's so insane that probably computer doesn't let you make the move.
Well, it allows me to, but also we have this move for example.
Yeah, okay.
Are you having fun?
Enough is enough, yeah. No, okay, just go rook df3, king h2, and but yeah, he's kicking himself. He got careless.
Well, he got very careless the last couple moves, like he wasn't okay. It's a draw, let's make a draw mode, but he allowed so many chances. The biggest one being this rook takes f4. But even after that, like, yeah, bishop f6 was much cleaner, not allowing this rook d8, rook d3 business. And here, yeah, he's already stuck in this. We were praising rook b3 because this was missed, but kudos to Wei Yi.
Well, because I was playing king h2 was my move, you remember? And then you hit me with some rook move on a3 or something, and
rook a4.
Rook a4, and then rook a3 was coming. That's why I felt like, because I saw rook b3, but I was automatically worried of some second rank, so I felt like, aha, h3, king h2, that's the way, and then rook a4 scared me.
No, this is scary. So I still think Sindarov did this part correctly, just has to keep his composure now and figure out the draw, which he will. We've seen how good he is in endgames as well. And of course, everyone knows, yeah, you can do whatever here for a while, just once this key moment arrives. Now, let's say A takes B.
Yeah, A, B, of course, yeah. You don't need king c1, but okay.
Yeah, okay, doesn't matter. Now, let me just do this.
But play bishop d5, yeah.
Pawn, yeah.
Protect the pawn, yeah. And then king c3, king g4.
This is the one moment he has to foresee, ideally now. Because if you miss this h6, g5, which is not impossible, you can lose.
Yes.
But if he spots this, then he'll be fine if it just goes anywhere.
Yeah, well, don't do bishop d8. So bishop f6 or bishop e7, yes.
Now, once again, this is surprisingly lost.
Yeah, let's just show this one more time, yeah, just to treasure this. This is a typical theme in these opposite colored endgames. Yeah, for example, hg, h5, it's 2 versus 2. And normally you say that, this should be fine for white. No, you are actually losing. And fg, h5, the magic move.
Beautiful trap, unlikely. Once they get here, he won't smell it because it's not so much material left. It's the only idea black has, but not impossible. I feel less bad because literally this type of endgame I've lost a bunch of times on blitz, and I'm always thinking I'm such an idiot. Everybody knows it's a dead draw, but there's always some.
Yeah, no. If you have little time on the clock, it's very easy to, because simply the feeling that it should be a dead draw, but is not, yeah, that you still have to be super precise in a critical moment, and you don't know yet where is the critical moment. Yeah, this is the trick of the whole story. But okay, we have covered it enough. Sindarov is thinking maybe we should catch up with the other game as well.
Yeah, because a lot of stuff happened.
A lot of stuff, yeah. For example, that Andrey opted for f5 also.
Go knight e4. Maybe dislike this knight e7 strategically. So he went here.
Because it's a promising endgame as well.
Yeah. Yakubboev took, queen takes. Maybe also under the impressions of yesterday, he's saying, okay, the more clarity, the better. And he just takes. There was also this move. But Esipenko simplifies further. And what does he want now? Let's say rook takes. I don't know.
Well, Yakubboev is thinking for quite some time already. So basically the question is what Yakubboev wants, yeah? Because with king takes f8, you are trying to bring your king closer, but it runs into some bishop c5 check, rook f1, rook f4 business, some tempy play. But what about rook takes f8? Why is he spending so much time? Is b4 an issue that suddenly white can try to target the a pawn?
I don't know if it's an issue, but it looks very normal.
But takes a5. Okay, what is our...
Stops this.
And then some rook f5 or rook b8, rook b5, yeah. We should be able to...
It looks fine.
Hold this.
Drawish enough, at least. So maybe it's an important moment, because if he takes with the king, just... The more cultured move, bring the king to the center, but... There will be questions. Here there's a check. And king e8, let's say, is also not fun.
Yeah, no, this is... But it's kind of scary that he's taking so much time, because if king takes f8, rook f1 is so bad, then just by elimination you can take rook takes f... By the way, rook takes f8, rook d1, what is this?
Rook d1?
Rook d1, yeah, trying to get into your position with rook d6.
Okay, we counter.
And rook d6, you just play knight e5, yeah?
Not sure if just, but yes.
Yeah, wow, but okay, yeah, this is all not easy. And then where do you put that knight?
Not sure.
Not sure, yeah, no, without computer, this is a horror. This is a horror.
Yeah, this is still a mess. Okay, so it's not simple, so he's trying to weigh the evils.
Yeah, this is a very tough call.
Here, here. But line continues.
Yes, and okay, you are pawn down for so-called nothing, yeah? You have some initiative, but if the initiative doesn't bring you nothing, then white should just convert this.
Let's check the other move, knight d3.
But then my king is never in mating net, yeah? And I have this potential just take on a7, bishop d4, rook e7 kind of setup in my pocket as something very dangerous. Not sure if winning or not, but total horror for black.
Yeah, not fun. Okay, so yeah, Andrey found a maybe not the most critical way, but a nice way to press without drama. And hang on, is this position on the board or what? Looks like. Rook f8, rook d1 is on the board.
Yeah, rook f8, rook d1. Played.
And good decision. He's spotted that this is nothing. Rook d1 is much more critical. So what else can we do? Rook d8 we can't play. This pawn drops.
Not easy, and the body, look at the way how he's thinking about.
Yeah, he's not happy.
There is so much to calculate, so much to work on. And Andrey still keeps a nice time advantage. 15 minutes up on the clock.
Also, his position plays by hand, no? Rook d1,
yes.
Rook d6, and then you calculate a little bit what the moves are.
And all the difficult decisions has to be made by black. Extremely important.
So Yakubboev in some trouble here. There we see Yakubboev's path to this match for third place. Actually faced his first opponent rated higher than 2,650 in round 7. Of course, he faced many great players, but it's still a rarity in the World Cup to avoid these 2,700 guys or even the 2,650 plus guys for the first rounds.
Well, okay, one could argue that Nguyen is clearly a 2,650 plus player. He's a very unpleasant opponent, very well prepared.
Yeah, but I'm going by FIDE ratings, not Leico ratings.
Okay, yeah, but in my mind, of course, yeah, Nguyen is extremely serious. And beating him is already a big achievement. Then, okay, Pranav, he's a very dangerous young Indian player, very talented, but still doesn't have so much experience. Yeah, so basically it wasn't an easy match, but
no, they're all great players. That's not what I'm saying. Just rating-wise, they're all below 2,650 on the list, which is a rarity.
That's for sure. But I'm always, you know, Guyan is playing in Prague Masters, and I feel like whenever he has low rating, where did he lose those ratings? Because now in Prague he will be collecting back the rating against the good players, yeah, because he has this, he has the class to play against anyone in the world. So I'm very much looking forward to him seeing in the A group of Vaikanze.
He's in the Vaikanze
Yeah,
group?
he won the B group last year.
Course,
yeah. So there we will be seeing him in action. I'm a huge Guyan fan. Yeah, all eyes on Yakubboev. This is a horror. Forget about all these 0-0s and 0-1s or whatever computer is showing. I just turned on now the computer just
you know that
just to pleasure. Yes.
Speaking on. Do you know that he speaks maybe even better German than you?
Yes, he speaks perfect German. Yes, yes, of course. Yeah, we talked with each other German. Yes,
of course.
Yes, yes. All the post-mortems with Vincent and Guyan in Prague, those are big highlights. Yeah, but I just turned on the computer just to, you know, be completely shocked. Because if someone looks with the engine, then he thinks like, okay, what's Black's problem? Well, Black's problem is quite serious. He's fighting for his life.
You saw all these +0-1s or whatever.
Yeah, I'm looking, yeah, exactly. I just want to that. Rook B8, 0-0, thank you very much. I can calculate those lines, but those are not 0-0s in my mind. A5, a neutral kind of move. Okay, you might think like, if I play A5, I just lose. I don't have the right to lose this tempo. Then I have here knight E5 with 0-2. Okay, knight E5, where am I going?
Okay, all transposes more or less here. You always go rook A8.
More or less, yeah. But and rook C8 is kind of a neutral move that, okay, maybe rook C8 makes some sense trying to protect everything, but one has the feeling if we go passive, it's also not going to work out. It's very risky. No, I'm not agreeing with any of the lines that I'm seeing here. Wow. And Yakubboev will have to choose one of these unpleasant lines that he knows they are very unpleasant.
Yeah, that's why he's calculating. Not thrilled. And he's down to, what is this, 15 minutes? No, 19 minutes.
19 minutes, according to my
19?
screen.
I don't trust our board, it looks. Looked less there. 30 minutes, yeah, that's what it looked like.
Wow, he's down to 30 minutes here, yeah.
Yeah, so they moved 24.
Move 24, yeah, no, this is crazy, scary situation.
It feels like this is what you have to do, no? Bad or not, but
okay, but it's bad. Yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, you calculate the lines, and whether you go knight G4 or you go knight D3, both look just bad.
Agreed. How does Compi hold this? So knight G4, bishop C1.
Rook D8, king F1.
King F1. We've been this far. He just doesn't care, yeah? Like check, rook E1, rook D3. Yeah, for a friend, everything is simple.
Oh no, okay, this is a horror. But probably this one I like with Black more than putting the knight on D3, because at least here you try to dominate. Yes, there with the bishop on D4, I'm really worried for Black. Oh yeah, just this king F7 will be the key move. Yeah, that. After king F1, you can just make a neutral move.
So difficult.
Yeah, those moves are very
difficult.
difficult.
Calculating because you're checking all the force to have rook D1, whatever, rook E1, rook D5 to have rook F5, but
yeah, you
think
not, like
quiet moves.
Yeah, you think like the time is on your opponent's side. If he stabilizes, then I will be pawned down for nothing. So I have to force an issue, and there is no forced line to.
Yeah, we'll be thinking about this, but now white runs away.
Yeah, once white gets out, yeah, king gets to C2 and B3, you can resign. Yeah, chess
trouble for the Uzbek boys.
Yeah, chess is so brutal, yeah, because the computer's evaluation doesn't do justice. That's why we are here, to try to break down and to warn everyone that this game is just beginning.
Or this game is over already.
And Wei is
he's looking for chances.
Yeah, it's basically doesn't matter. You can also play bishop c6 and a5.
It will always come down to this one.
Exactly.
This one trick. I mean, whatever he does, he always gets this business. Even here, if White is trying to be clever, he shouldn't be.
Okay, he plays king f7. This surprised me. Wait a second.
That's all
But even bishop b8, a5, yeah? You can get...
I mean, the one thing you should avoid is this a6, a5. And
yeah, exactly. This is what I was looking for. We cannot force it. Yeah. No, yeah, it will come down to this, and we will get a master class in opposite-colored bishop endgames, which are very tricky. We always learn in the childhood that, okay, opposite-colored bishop endgames are dead drawn. Mostly true, but when they are lost, they are lost.
Yeah, and I mean, if it's equal pawns, it's easy. But whenever there's a pawn down already, normally they are drawn, but you have to,
with the second weakness,
precise.
yes.
There are all these principles like, okay, you attack your opponent's pawns, you force them on the squares of his own bishop, so he can't make much progress, and you put your own pawns often on the squares of your bishop, so the bishop can protect them once they get attacked. But
there was also
comes down to, do you spot bishop e7?
Exactly. There was this very famous game between Kramnik and Svidler in Vaikanze 2004 or something, when Svidler resigned in a drawn position. He was 2 pawns down, and he could actually follow the king, and there was no way to win. But suddenly hallucinated, and he believed Kramnik that, okay, yes, I missed it, and he resigned in a drawn position.
I struggle to recall that one. I always mix up the games where Svidler resigned in a drawn position. There are too many.
There are
Greetings, Peter, if you're watching.
He has won also enough games, especially against me, for sure. So,
but also, I think he famously... No, we shouldn't trash Peter, my dear friend. Too much.
Of course, no, we don't. No, I was saying that even such a brilliant player like Svidler could have, because it's confusing. I lost one opposite-colored bishop endgame that still hurts against Shirov in Ayla 2012 in the European Club Cup. Also there I got a master class by Shirov, and that's why I know that when things get out of control, you can just, collapse.
Shirov also won the ultimate opposite-color bishop game.
Against
Topalov, showing you don't need the bishop in an opposite-color bishop game. With this bishop
you need the tempo, yeah? You need the extra tempo.
Actually, not so dissimilar from this position. Yeah? 2 passed pawns, and you need to clear the path for the king. Look up that game if you haven't seen it. No, but there were many. No, also Anand Topalov was some in the World Championship match. No, some complicated.
But that was complicated.
Yeah, it was complicated.
That was, yes.
The Slav endgame, the horrible endgame.
Exactly. Yeah. No, but sometimes simple-looking endgames can also be very tricky. Of course, complex endgames are very tough. And Yakubboev, by the way, opted for rook b8. So hopefully for all the Uzbek fans, he has foreseen the knight g4 idea. And I believe that he will go for knight g4 because knight g4 is more playable idea compared to knight d3, where you just feel like, okay, it can maybe be very bad because the bishop dominates that knight.
No, it really came down to this one move. No? I mean, to calculate till here is easy, but now...
That king f7 to understand.
If you're looking at the direct stuff, it won't be so easy. But this is the way. This, by the way, how bad is this? Really bad.
And one question, if you, for example, because now that I know that rook d1 check, rook e1, rook d3 is kind of also a setup, could it be...
You want to do it directly?
Yes, can I do it or not?
You can, but you're not on time, because now here you needed somehow king f6.
You need it, yeah. Of course, yeah. If I don't need to lose a tempo, that's so much better. But
no, I'm in time to annoy you. I don't know if this is lost or not, but still not fun. We can take some pawns. It feels drawish somehow.
Well, drawish, but with a distant knight, this is again very scary.
Close.
Okay, Yakubboev gets up. This is good news because this very often means that he has foreseen his setup. He knows what
going far though.
Not going far.
He's doing this trick of standing there.
But I remember yesterday when in this must-win game against Sindarov, he played the move King D7 and he stood up and we're praising him that yes, he knows what's going on, and then he lost the track immediately. Yeah? You never know exactly, but that was a tie break.
Just likes to get up.
Already also players are so extremely exhausted. Playing this kind of tricky endgames is one of the toughest. With pieces you can rely more on your feeling. Here you have to calculate very precisely.
Also for him, let's not forget, the stakes are still incredibly high. This is not like the finals here. One wrong move, if you go down 1-0, Esipenko is super solid. In this match, that might be it with the candidates, of course. In Uzbekistan, with all the love for chess there, everyone is rooting for now 2 guys in the candidates. So he has all the reasons in the world to still be very tense.
Yeah, he's very tensed. Another big question. Andrey is taking his time. What is he thinking about? Because it looks like after Rook B8, if you don't go Rook D6, then Black gets his setup.
Yeah, if you do this, the king can come.
Yeah, and then the knight starts jumping.
Time.
Yes, no, this is just impossible. Now Rook D6 will have to be played, and it all comes down to that move if King F7 will be spotted by Yakubboev.
Both games come down to one move now. Do you go King F7 here? And in the other one, too lazy to put it back on the board, but do you spot this final nuance?
Yeah, we already discussed that.
Whatever. I'll go for shortcut. My shortcut doesn't work.
Yeah, shortcut doesn't work. Yeah.
How do I get there?
No, you should have not played King C3. Yeah, you should have just played H4 first to be safe, because King is already. You did not need this King B2. Don't play King B2. Here, don't play H4, and then now you go for your setup.
Yeah, this is the key position I was trying to get, and here you have to move the bishop. If you go away, you lose because of this this amazing trick. Black wins, but I'm pretty sure Sindarov has, by now, or at the very least if we get close to this position, spotted it, and we'll play bishop f6, h6, bishop g7, when this g5 break doesn't work because the king is blocking the square, so there's no h5 here. And
King
black doesn't have
E6 played
time for this, because white takes.
King E6.
All right, in a way this is less interesting, that we should switch to it when they reach our position.
But since Andrey hasn't moved yet, this gives us, because there we already covered everything, or you want to have a break, or how is it?
Maybe now is a good moment to have a break, because I will reach this critical position in Sindarov Wei Yi in like 10-15 minutes, then we can check that. And Esipenko is thinking, so we'll be right back with some decisions.
There are so many people working hard to make the FIDE World Cup 2025 a success, and many of them are volunteers. Every day they're here, so many of them with the players helping out. Let's find out a little bit more about them and what they do.
Hi, my name is Shiva Saroj, and I wanted to be the part of this World Cup, as this World Cup is being organized in India after so many years, and I wanted to take experience, so I decided to volunteer in this event.
I'm basically a footballer, but my friend's a chess player, so he pitched me this idea to volunteer here. And our work is basically, we were giving out the accreditations to all the players and all the arbiters and whoever are organizing this event. And it was a great experience, and it's really smooth. Everyone is very coordinating, and the players are really nice, and overall the event is going really smoothly.
My name is Nivesh Sangvi. Basically, I'm pursuing sports management. So I'm not a local guy from here. I'm from Pune, India. So this is my internship only. So one of my sir called me for this internship. So yeah, I'm really enjoying it.
I'm specifically from Mumbai. Okay, it's so I enjoy playing chess. In Mumbai, I organize chess event as well. Okay, so this is good opportunity for me to learn from this World Cup and also, you know, involved in the chess and promote chess as much possible in India.
Yeah.
And I'm very keenly interested to see myself as a grandmaster. So it is a good opportunity to present at this event and learn from the players, big players, and see them physically. That's very rare opportunity any volunteer can get. So that is why I'm volunteering here.
I come in around at 1 o'clock. The players come by 3. So I wait till maybe 9 o'clock till the game gets over and then we leave.
Wow, so 8-hour work days, huh?
Yeah.
And how often are you here? Which days?
So I joined a bit late, but from 2nd November I'm here. I'm looking at the players.
I have learned a lot of things since I've participated here. I helped the crowd to get their place and again issuing them tickets and all. So kind of giving them a mental peace and a proper customer service. That was the best thing I love about it. Yeah.
I'm a chess player. I'm a chess coach and I'm also a senior national arbiter. And I love this game. So I decided to volunteer so that I can watch all their games.
What do you love most about the experience so far?
The vibe, the aura, it's magical.
Are you ready to witness the most intense and unforgiving format in chess? A knockout, where one mistake can send you home. This is the 2025 FIDE World Cup. From October 30th to November the 27th, the chess world gathers in Goa, India for 1 month of chess. 206 players, 8 single elimination rounds. With a $2 million prize fund, every round is a test of nerve. 2-game classical matches, rapid and blitz tiebreaks, and even Armageddon if needed. For the top 3 finishers, the prize is even greater. A ticket to the 2026 Candidates Tournament. This is the chance to earn the right to fight for the World Championship. The FIDE World Cup 2025. Only the strongest will survive.
Goa, a food paradise, both steeped in historical culinary tradition and at the forefront of a modern-day food revolution that is fresher, more local, and more global than ever before. I'm embarking on a journey across the state to explore the very best of food here.
This is honestly my favorite way to eat an egg.
Break bread with some of Goa's most loved chefs and understand what food really means to communities here.
Watch postcards from Goa on National Geographic.
Move by move, the world changed. City by city, the league grew. United Arab Emirates, United Kingdom. Now, the pieces take position again. This time, in India. Not just another move, the mega move. Tech Mahindra Global Chess League Season 3. December 13 to December 24, 2025.
The most prestigious tournament in chess has come to India, the home of chess.
अरे यार अरे क्यों चाल्यो घोड़ो
Yes! 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 Yes!
चेस 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 खेल ये हमारा है। आओ दुनिया वालों ये वेलकम तुम्हारा है। अपना गेम भारी है, हैंडशेक की बारी है, अब इंडिया बोलेगा। It's your move, it's your move, गोवा कर रहा है वेट। It's your move, come 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 don't be late। It's your move, ए तो कोई खोर।
चतुरंग के सारे रंग सदियों से हैं अपने संग शतरंज बिछता है हर आंगन विश्व को दिया हमने विश्वनाथन
डंका बजा है गोवा सजा है खेल जमेगा खूब It's your move हो न जाए चेकमेट It's your move चेक में भी होगा चेस It's your move गोवा कर रहा है वेट It's your move come 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 don't be late It's your move esto todo It's your move एक दो ढाई It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move It's your move
The FIDE World Cup 2025, starting from 31st October to 27th November in Goa, India.
It's your move.
Welcome back, everybody. World Cup finals, and Peter, we just had one of the critical moments we outlined earlier in the Sindarov-Wei Yi game. Did Sindarov pass the test?
Yes, Sindarov passed the test. There everything is under control, but Yakubboev is also passing the test by playing knight e5, knight g4, rook d8. However, he's still one move away from delivering this king f1, king f7 move. And he still has 6 minutes, 18 seconds, move 27, rook d8 just been played.
Yeah, before we go there, let's just very briefly show this position happened in the Sindarov-Wei Yi game. It's the position we were talking about, where king c3 or neutral move loses because of his h6.
And there we have it on the board, h6, bishop g7.
And he correctly started with bishop f6.
And handshake.
h6, bishop g7, that was the last try. Hitting the pawn, and there's nothing to be done, so a draw is agreed. Good defense by Sindarov, avoided the one trap. Wei Yi, I don't know, has reason to kick himself a little bit for not going for his rook takes f4 earlier, which he clearly saw, but then decided against it. We'll be curious if someone asks him what his reasoning was, because that was three very good winning chances. The way he played it, he maintained a little pressure after Sindarov made some slightly inaccurate moves. But the draw was never in real doubt, was it?
Yeah, no, and also at the end of the game, Sindarov just showed how good technician he is.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was waiting for the players to show the f4 square, like, yeah, what happened after rook takes f4, but I haven't noticed this discussion between the players.
So maybe Sindarov doesn't want to admit he missed something, but okay, they will see it anyway. Normally after the game, no big secrets. This is the big one running now, and in many ways a more important match, the match for third place, determining the candidate spot. Knight g4 was played, the move you also preferred to the alternative knight to d3, which was not as stable. Bishop back, covers the pawn, rook d8, threatens checkmate. And now Andrey is in deep thought. King f1 or rook e1 are his two options. King f1 looks much more natural. No?
Yes, yes. I think the reason why he slowed down, or he's thinking that he probably has understood that this king f7 will save black. Yeah, because otherwise you would just keep on playing, and his every single move was taking some time. Yeah, that indicates that okay, he was probably foreseeing that this will be good for him, and then to his surprise realizing that wait a second, I'm pawn up, I'm coordinating forces, I'm coming with my king, and there's nothing concrete, but still black might compensate with this dominating knight on g4 and with move pair move play.
Yeah, this is a tricky spot. He still has time to think. Yakubboev only has 6 minutes. So the question is if he's sure that Yakubboev has figured out everything. If not, it also helps to keep some pressure.
Yeah,
he goes king f1 on the clock.
He's about to make his move.
Stopping the back rank mate. And preparing to meet rook d1 check with rook e1. And now it's decision time. And yeah, he blitzes out the best move, king f7.
Yeah. Yeah, it was clear. Yeah, very good. Yeah, this is Uzbek chess school. This is what we see with Sindarov as well. Yeah, that he was very convincing in this endgame. He was posing there after rook take g4 and basically already figured out everything. Everything after that was blitzed out.
Still is 1 or 2 more key moments. Let's say rook e1. Rook d3. This is already not forced, but logical. Bishop f4.
And you said king f6 was important.
F6. Yeah? No, don't know if important, but was nice trying to kick this bishop. Then we also get access to here. And
okay, and then if we play king e2 here, and then how does it continue?
g5.
Bishop b8.
Goes. Yeah. And now white is not stable.
Yeah,
but still not obvious.
Yeah, rook f1 check. I'm kind of happy that, but the bishop gets trapped. Yeah,
the bishop is in some trouble.
Oof. Okay, this is a problem. And then rook b7 coming. This is what.
I mean, you can also do nothing apparently, but this rook d7 looked cleaner.
Yeah, because here I have some bishop a7, bishop d. But g3 is hanging.
Yeah,
okay, no,
hard
g3.
to do anything.
Not so. But okay, rook f1, rook f3, and then bishop. But you can still play rook d7. That's why Compi doesn't care. Yeah.
Compi doesn't care about anything. But yeah, rook d7 is still there. Even this he doesn't care about. But this is already weirder. So why is this
because
nothing?
rook b8.
Rook b8
No, he's relying on rook b8 and then winning the game.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you can see in Andrey's eyes he's a bit disappointed that it looked like he was pressing, but it's no longer so easy. And all of a sudden, I mean, I'm sure you can make a draw, but once you start calculating some lines, if you lose b2, who knows? Or g3, who knows who's better and why? So can we wrap it up if we wanted to? Rook e4, rook d1, rook e1, rook d3.
Well, okay, I don't want to wrap it up yet. Okay, bishop f4 first, and then rook e4. Exactly.
Safety.
Yeah, rook e4. Yeah, let's eliminate this c4 pawn.
G5.
And then we.
I also have this, by the way, this and this.
But it also, okay, this is what I wanted. Rook takes c4. Yeah. I'm feeling safe. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we looked at this and we said it's maybe not so easy.
It's not so easy for black. Yeah. This is a little bit.
Should be dry.
Knight. Yeah, maybe knight. But knight e5 check takes rook c7. Suddenly the pawns are vulnerable.
But not enough pawns left.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is true. That seems like the.
That's also still pretending that white is pushing, but yeah, we understand that black will hold that.
What is this business? Oh, this is another way to hold. And just go for max activity.
And bishop takes a7. I'm 3 pawns up, but
some funny stuff.
There we go. We have rook e2.
Rook e2, what's that about? Okay, shouldn't matter.
Well, after check, you have
rook
to
e1,
play,
rook d3 can happen anyway. He wants king e1, yeah?
Yeah, he wants king e1, yes, but okay. Because rook d1 check. By now, we already understand that Yakubboev has foreseen his setup.
Very likely.
Which wasn't so easy, and that's why he spent so much time. He's down to 6 minutes. He's walking around somewhere.
Normally he's not far. There he comes.
This is always very unpleasant when you feel like you probably have foreseen that you're going to go rook d1 check, but you were maybe at the bathroom or something and you are losing a minute in a time trouble.
Yeah.
Luckily for him, probably it does not matter, but...
Do you check? I always check. When my opponent's in time trouble and you can tell he's going to the bathroom, I always wait till he's out of sight to make my move.
Yes, and okay, I'm already I know that this is a trick, so whenever I leave the playing hall, I'm immediately coming back just to see that did my opponent use this trick or not, and if not, then I'm going, yeah? This is
So
famous.
you have to do the one-time fake out.
Yes, just to be sure. Because on the other hand, also very difficult to be playing the time trouble if you feel like you should have run to the bathroom before. Yeah. So you know that it's part of being ready for the time trouble. You have to run, but how not to lose time?
Sometimes when you gotta go, you gotta go.
Yes. No, but nowadays there are also these scenarios often, yeah, that you have very little time, so already you will not have time to get up and run to the bathroom, and your opponent still has like 25 minutes, and then it's a horror show. It can be an eternal kind of time trouble.
Yeah, sometimes you decide, okay, I have 3 minutes, but gotta run.
But with 3 minutes here, it's very difficult because the toilet is very far, and you have to also go through the security.
Oof.
Okay, that doesn't really take much time, but still, you have to run.
Yeah, you have to pass security to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, but they don't check. You just have to go through the scanner. Yeah. And down to 4 minutes. Yeah, exactly. Because, okay, he knows that rook d1 is the move because it makes sense. But on the other hand, Andrey is provoking it. But yeah, what is the, because I could have, you know, imagined that against rook e4 anyway, black plays rook d1 check. So by method of elimination, it was very logical. Or was it that maybe after rook e4 there is another move than rook d1?
I have knight f6. But
you have knight f6. But okay, then I'm coming back to e1.
Yeah, yeah. You even give more options. Yeah, why would you do that?
Yes. Rook e2, tricky move, move 29.
It's always nice to give the opponent a choice. If you play the forcing moves, he can blitz out the forcing moves too. Still, it feels practical to just go rook d1 and rook d3, which I'm sure he had planned anyway. Three minutes. And there he goes.
Yeah, you don't want to let king e1 happen. Then suddenly new problems appear. Then white gets coordination. But he plays rook d5, so he relies on knight e5 kind of ideas, yeah? All right, interesting.
Surprising. He allows king e1.
But then knight e5, that's his idea, to get knight d3 check.
Ah.
That's what he wants. Also a smart move.
But is it smart enough?
Well, it is for sure smart, but...
Maybe smart. Very smart, you could argue. Play this move. And if you give a check, I will go here.
Oi, 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 like this, yeah?
This is not simple.
Yeah, and knight c1, king c1, cb, rook d3, just to show that this endgame I'm picking up the pawn, but this is dangerous. King b2 and...
Oh, I can even keep it.
Ah, you can keep it, yeah, but even king b2, rook g3, c4 would be very dangerous with the cut king.
So Andrey has a chance again. He has to step into the discover check.
Well, but the move rook d5 actually signals and indicates that Yakubboev considered a position that there was nothing else. Yeah, he didn't go for this because he was thinking like move per move, I can solve my problem and it's a draw. And he feels that he has good compensation for the pawn, which should probably guarantee him a draw, but he's not sure about it.
Yeah, don't know. Maybe he also feels he's in trouble and is looking for ways for counterplay.
With knight e5, knight d3, and this, it's very human, very natural.
Okay, but rook d1, rook d3 was also very human.
Well, human that after bishop b8, suddenly my bishop gets stabbed. That was kind of a surprise to me.
Yeah, no, that's fair. But I mean, the initial moves like rook d1, check, rook d3, bishop f4.
But it feels like I'm coming out now with king e2, then b3 will be threatening, rook f1, rook f3 will be threatening. Yeah, it's not a given that you can believe that this is the right direction.
Fair enough. Esipenko. I feel his body language changed. He's smelling. There might be a chance. Is he going to play king e1? There are other moves. Or are there?
I think he will play king e1. But of course, yeah, bishop d2. That was a move that I considered, yeah. But then you start this rook a5 business, then I have to play a3, or I have
rook e4.
I have rook e4 now. Okay.
No, and this with very little time.
Yeah, no.
You might hold, but you're not certain at the very least.
Yes. No, this one feels long, yeah. So after bishop d2, what do we do?
Rook b5.
Rook b5 works, yeah. And then rook e4, rook b2. Okay,
Yeah.
that's understandable.
Okay, can go somewhere else.
Bishop f4, yeah.
No, nothing's obvious now. Like, okay, apparently g5, and you're still active enough, but no clean solutions.
No clean solution. Yeah.
Right. Okay, whatever. h5. Black is okay, but how do you know?
Yeah, you can never be sure.
So Esipenko has a choice, understandable. He's taking a bit of time. Still, if he spots this king e1, b3, he should go for that. Bishop d2 also feels a bit strange.
Yes, king e1, knight e5, because seemingly black gets what he wants. The knight lands on d3 with a check. And but b3, knight d3, king d1, there's no good discover check.
No, this is just trouble.
It's incredible. Then rook d2. Yeah.
This is just losing, trapping
This is
his own
losing,
knight.
yeah. Then one could argue that with rook e2 he was setting up the king e1 idea. But will he be able to spot that knight e5, knight d3 check is not the end of the board?
Also, if we start with b3, then black switches to this rook d1, rook d3 idea. And he's active enough. Big moment.
Yeah, from the body language, I perfectly agree with you that it seems like Andrey feels that there is something to calculate.
Yeah, there is. Yakubboev is trying to appear cool, calm, and collected. But as a body language doctor, if you cross your arms like that, it's a defensive position. You're worried about something. You're trying to project strength, but it's a bluff.
It is, yeah?
It's true.
Well, he's on the defensive after all.
Yeah.
He's absolutely justified. Yeah, he's saying, I'm fighting, but I know that I have to fight. Oh, yeah, chess is very tough. They are here for more than 3 weeks already battling it out. So much at stake. We have witnessed craziness yesterday. And now another classical game. A new match with so much at stake. And even in the other game, we have seen this one big mysterious moment, yeah, which will be very interesting to get an answer to it. Probably we will only get an answer after the match finishes because the players don't really want to reveal.
You also don't want to show weakness, or I missed this and that during the match afterwards. They can be more honest.
Yes.
Andrey, another rook and minor piece endgame after his nightmare yesterday. which might also make it harder to trust himself completely, to step into these discovered checks and all kinds of business.
Yes, it plays with your mind. The good news for him that he has time. This is very important.
Yeah, time is ticking though. It's only move 30. He has 15 minutes, 60 minutes. It's not forever, ever.
But one really feels like this is a big decision, and once he makes his decision, the next couple of moves will be automatic.
No, you never know. You make this move, your opponent blitzes out whatever, king f6, which you haven't thought about, and then
you will think again.
Back to thinking.
And you can play king f6.
Yeah, it's not a bad move.
Because rook e4, rook e5, you can trade rooks.
Oh, can we do that? No.
No. You cannot do that, yeah? That would be too much.
It's still b3, no.
No, I thought king takes e5, king e4. That
sorry.
I wanted to, but probably you play b4, a4, and this is a problem. If my pawn would be on a4, I believe it would be kind of a fortress, but here you can break.
Anyway, it was just a random move to illustrate that
Yes.
often. You calculate some stuff, you make a move, and then you're sitting there again for a couple of minutes.
And what about this passive kind of idea? Rook c2, king e2, b3, try to crawl out like this.
I like it. It looks very systematic, at least.
It's systematic, but it's also very passive.
Yeah.
It's very difficult decision. I don't like it, but I just thought like I should mention it, that there is this.
Systematic, but sad.
Yeah, it's
But
very
not bad
sad.
necessarily. Here, let's say here.
Yeah, then the king gets out, I get b3, and okay, I'm hoping for something, but you are too active, yeah?
Don't know.
Okay,
Also
this is a
interesting. This is
very strange line, yes.
Strange stuff.
This is very strange stuff.
Keeps being strange.
Yeah, this is...
Vamos.
Who is playing for what, yeah?
Now we defend for a move, and then we go back.
Well, I've never seen something like this. Yeah.
Funny stuff. But no, this is a serious alternative. Also will appeal to Andrey, who likes
Yeah, it's compact.
having stuff organized and protected.
But this is his problem, yes? Suddenly this king e1 is an alternative, rook c2, king e2, b3 setup, interesting.
Yeah, bishop d2 is a move.
Bishop d2 is there. Very easy to spend a lot of time calculating all the different options.
And nothing is like winning or better or a forced draw, so everything in the game sort of continues. It's a tricky spot.
And also thinking like which setup could be most unpleasant for an opponent who only has 3 minutes for 11 moves.
He's about to make a move.
King e1,
King e1 will happen. Good job by him. That means he's ready for knight e5 business.
The most natural move, king e1, inviting knight e5, and it will be met by b3.
Knight e5 is actually a mistake in computer speak.
Wow. But it is so human, yeah?
That's why I'm saying.
Very tough spot for Nodirbek. Because he played rook d5 with the intention I will meet king e1 with knight e5.
Yep.
Yeah,
Here
he
it
will
comes.
play knight
Yeah,
e5.
it will happen, of course.
There is no way black is not playing
Then
knight
Esipenko
e5.
goes b3. Won't be easy. There comes the knight. Now he's got to blitz out b3. Okay, he's not blitzing out anything at least.
Well, but b3 is coming. We can
He
see
sees
it.
something. Yeah.
And look at this. He's kind of happy.
Yeah, he's spotted.
We can see the happiness and the excitement. At the same time, he's trying to calm himself down.
Also b3 is forced, yeah, because black is threatening knight d3,
Yes.
knight takes b2 at the very least. So if you do nothing, let's say rook here, knight d3, king d2, there's always at least taking this pawn. Has he done it?
No, not yet. But he's about to make. He will play b3. That's no doubt about it. You know that you want to eliminate that powerful c4 pawn. That is the cause of
b2
trouble.
weakness in so many lines is annoying.
You are freeing yourself, breaking this grip.
Looks like he can barely keep his eyes open. But it will be played.
It should be played.
Oh.
But he doesn't seem to be. No, he
there
is.
he goes, there he
Okay,
goes.
b3. Yeah. Good. So Andrey plays it. You remember, that I remember that you mentioned that after what happened yesterday, getting into these discovered checks plays with your mind.
Yeah, he's quadruple checking, knight f4, rook d2, knight b2, king c2. Like.
We all have been there. We know how it feels.
Yakubboev now is in a tough spot. 2 minutes. No clear path to safety. Probably the best he can do is wait, actually, not give the check, play h5 as a move.
But this is very difficult, yeah. It's in the human nature to try to do something if you are pawn down in endgame.
Huh. Yeah, there comes the knight. But what is the follow-up? This could be real big trouble for Yakubboev here.
Yeah, he plays all the natural good moves, that the good players would do.
I agree,
but okay, with little time on the clock, he cannot be a computer, of course. Yeah, knight d3 check, king d1 blitzed out.
Okay, but he has converted his very tenable position to a very bad one now.
Well, he just goes on to show that he didn't know that this is good or bad, yeah? He just chose it. Yeah, over the board you never know these things.
Well, he went rook d5 intending knight e5, knight d3, and he missed this b3, and now he's in deep trouble.
And finally white kind of gets everything what he wanted, yeah? He brings his king to safety, eliminating the c4 pawn. Black is losing the grip.
Yeah, this is deeply unpleasant. Also, it's possible, maybe thought knight c1, cb, rook d3 was a draw, and from afar.
This rook f2, rook f3.
Rook f3, and here I'm guessing. I never know if rook endings are lost or not, but this is not something
you want to find out, yes.
Esipenko there.
Yeah, he takes.
Very small glimpse. Yeah,
he will go for
that. Is
it.
a logical follow-up. But this is going to be so unpleasant. Also against a great technician like Esipenko, who now will no longer be worried about blundering. Now his hand can take over, can stabilize, push the c-pawn. No, I think Esipenko is more likely to win now than this ending a draw. No, he plays h5, changes his mind.
Yeah.
Good decision, but maybe one move too late, because now with the knight on d3...
Yeah, how good is this decision? I'm going to go bishop e3.
Yeah.
I will not give you the chance already to trade my bishop.
It was a better decision a move ago.
And Esipenko can hardly compose, but you should think, Andrey, you should think, but he's playing bishop e3. He's playing
bishop e3, he doesn't have to think.
No,
But
bishop d2, cemento. He plays bishop
he's trying
d2.
to stop all the checks.
And he wants king c2 next. Okay, logical move, but...
Very logical.
But I wanted to get my bishop to d4.
He was better.
I wanted to get my bishop out. But okay, anyway, next move is king c2. This already feels winning for white.
It's very dangerous. So he's down to seconds, and there's no more safety, no easy moves.
The structure will be broken up. Yeah, okay, 5.
Played, attacks something.
But okay, bishop e3.
Now bishop e3. And now Andrey will also play it happily, now that he doesn't have to worry about any discovered checks, and he goes. Is there any trickery? Takes. Rook a1.
And actually, even this knight on this, he can be trapped. This is also kind of crazy, yeah, that... No, it's all,
Knight
it's
looks
lost.
so nice.
Yes.
And we've all seen Cup of Kasparov, the Kraken on d3, but not a Kraken here.
Yeah, white can play around. Once the pawn on c4 is eliminated, traded off, then the knight is not strong enough, and white's bishop becomes a monster. Yeah, if that bishop gets to d4, will dominate the whole board.
Keeps an eye on everything. Controls the knight. Esipenko is managing the clock nicely too. Now he's taking his time, but he has 11 minutes. He still has time to think. Just an overall very complete player as we've seen in this tournament, other than that one move hanging the rook. Oh,
bishop e3. Almost it looked like he wanted
looked like
to
he wanted
make
bishop
a long...
f4, but
yeah, no, but yeah,
stopped.
bishop f4 would have been a very strange move. It's pretty much lost now for black. If there are no direct threats or no direct tricks to save the position, and I don't see it, then it's technically winning.
Yeah, a6 played. Now you can even take if you want to, but you can also go bishop d4.
Bishop d4, yeah. Bishop d4. I will not take anything.
Never.
Not yet. You don't want to give black the chance to get his knight back to e5 and then to c, but I cannot because of bishop b6. That's why you can take bc. Okay, then you can also take bc, and bishop d4 is coming next.
But bishop d4 is also good.
Yeah, it's very good.
This is not helping black, and also clearly not what he wanted. Now it does look like Esipenko is going to win this one. Yakubboev has been in some tough spots in this tournament, but also, how much does he have in the tank? Guys have proven resilient over and over again, though. There have been so many matches where I thought, okay, you can't recover from this. You've lost with white in the tiebreak, and we've seen a lot of comebacks. Andrey's today, not a comeback in a way, but the composure with which he plays is still very impressive.
Yeah, very impressive. Of course, he was also helped by very good opening choice and opening preparation.
Yep.
This is exactly what you need in such situations. Yeah, it's like in tennis, when you, after some crazy mistake or something, you come with an ace, and then things are back to normal. Like Federer was doing this, I think. Yeah, whenever it was critical, he was coming up with an ace and put an end to the dreams and hopes of his opponent.
Sounds like a good strategy. So what was the ace? Bishop d3?
Yeah, the bishop d3 and the whole package, yeah, which was connected. Yeah, that Nodirbek was not prepared against it, and then it worked to perfection. Time advantage situation, and the computer did show that it was 0-0 at some moment, but the players over the board non-stop felt pressure for black. Yeah, it was never Nodirbek was able. He felt like I have activity for the pawn, but that there was this computer sequence that you were defending the position against me with this rook d3, king f6, g5, and then that was very difficult to understand with little time on the clock.
Now it's easy to understand, but it's too late. Esipenko taking his time here to decide between b takes c and bishop d4. Both are good, but if you spot 95 bishop b6, you might as well take the pawn.
Exactly. Yeah.
Because the knight is still sort of in trouble here.
Because intuitively I even did not want to look at b6, assuming that, okay, knight e5, knight c4 is the only way black can somehow survive, but if this is also not working, then it's a different story.
What's gonna be? He's gonna make a move.
He's taking.
He does take, yeah.
He's capturing the pawn.
Good. It's also unpleasant because you want to play 95 and you know you're lost if not, but then you see the knight is gone and you blitz out some move, g6 or whatever, but you know it's over.
Yeah, how do you put up fight here at all? I don't see a move.
More fight. Because white's king now is also close to the action, like king c2, king b3, you can come, you can ergo. You can't do anything. Rook e5 played. But now bishop d4 looks very pleasant, no? I once rook e2 and knight c1.
But then the knight is trapped. Even this doesn't help, yeah, so...
Okay. We just pick it up. And this is basics. It's such a nice move to play bishop d2. No,
yes.
Everything's covered.
Bishop d4.
Yeah. Bishop d4. Sorry, you can't attack anything. I guess you try rook g5, but king c2, rook g3. We don't even want.
But also here, this c5, c6. I guess it's winning.
Yeah, so we can win like this, but
you can even win like this.
Stuff to calculate. But
Rook,
nice.
Rook take g2, king d3. Yeah. Otherwise, I almost escaped. Bad news.
Because this all of a sudden becomes a fight again.
But even here, like c6, can I?
Oh,
can I play for the brilliance?
Too hard. Trying to win the brilliancy prize.
And then rook g2 and then rook g3 check if king c4, rook c1. No, but how is it exactly? And against king before you have a5 check. No, I want, yes. No, here you go rook g1. No, I wanted king c3, rook c3, king b4, but you have a5 check. I cannot play king b4 because of a5 check.
Okay, now this will happen. We're just...
Of course.
doing nonsense to understand what Yakubboev could still try. Also, if I'm super boring, can I just keep everything? It's not that simple, because here I'm
knight b2 check, yeah.
Which I don't want. Okay, so there's still something to think about. But this line, it's not that tough. I mean, you have to think of it. Maybe you stop here. But the knight is just trapped.
Well, you get carried away by this c5, because c5, c6 looks like, okay, I can just put an end to the game.
This is also the end.
Yes. But this is kind of unexpected. The other one is like part of the plan, yeah, that, okay, I'm giving up the GC pawn, but then I can push the C pawn and I'm winning.
We'll see if he spots it.
But okay, I guess that white has many other possibilities to win, no? This is now two pawns.
But there's none, I think, that you keep the pawns without having to calculate anything. So you always have to calculate something. But this is also...
This looks effective, yeah.
So fresh and so clean.
Let's see.
What's going to be? I think Andrey's hands wants bishop d4.
Yes.
But of course he knows rook g5 is coming, so it depends if he's calculated all this. Nodirbek, Yakubboev, reach 2700 in this tournament. A tough fight. With his compatriot Javokhir Sindarov in the semi-finals, 2 draws in classical games. Then I would mainly blame his opening choice in the first tiebreak game, where he got a very risky position in game 1 and lost. Bishop d4 played, rook g5 blitzed out, what else? And now has Esipenko calculated this king c2 business, which effectively wins the game on the spot. King c2, and if knight c5...
Okay, that's capitulation, yeah, knight c5. So rook take g3 will happen, of course, after king c2, and
yeah,
then bishop e3.
And finito.
The famous finito, yeah?
Huh.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Nodirbek that he find the right track, but he was just unable, one move away from this rook d1 check setup.
King c2 played. Yeah, very last hope is that after rook takes g3, white goes c5 when the game restarts after this knight f4. But after bishop e3, you have to resign. And I would expect Andrey to spot that.
He still has 4 minutes.
Yep.
Yeah, bishop e3 tapping that knight is, of course, a very nice feeling. Because that knight was causing so much trouble. Now, only problem is that this c5 is so attractive, yeah, that you think like, okay, I can finish the game in style.
That's the worst feeling. You know you're winning, and then you calculate something where you think you get a queen, and ugh.
Yeah, okay, Nodirbek will take on g3. There is no other move.
What else can you do?
Yep.
Just take.
And all eyes on Andrey.
And bishop e3. Could be the last move of this game. I mean, normally you don't resign until you've made it to move 40 and things have calmed down. But after bishop e3, the knight is just lost immediately.
Yeah, but Andrey is not blitzing it out. Yeah, he's trying to calm himself down that, yes, let's trust my feeling, let's trust my calculation. Don't go c5. Yeah, there you go. Bishop e3 played.
And this is it. Yeah, you can see it in Yakubboev's face that it's over.
Yeah, there is nothing to try even. The knight is getting lost. Yeah.
See?
Resignation.
Handshake. Andrey Esipenko wins the first game, putting him in a prime position to be the missing candidate. But it's not over yet, because tomorrow Yakubboev will have the white pieces. We've seen what a fighter he is. Some redemption here for Esipenko. If he finishes third, he will still be upset about that moment against Bu, but it won't hurt very much. I mean, if he still gets to the candidates, well, if he misses, he will be thinking back to this for a long time.
Exactly, yes. It is so vital for Andrey to win this battle in order to be able to forget and to forgive himself, yeah, because after all, he wants to get into the candidates, that's what matters. But Nodirbek Yakubboev is a great fighter, and with the white pieces, he will be looking for his chances.
So, 1-0 lead for Esipenko. We have a draw in our final. That means whoever wins tomorrow wins the World Cup. Mark, 1 minute, we're almost done. Maybe we're not done. We're awaiting Esipenko potentially. But the match is still going. Does he come to the studio?
Yeah, well, of course we would love to, but we perfectly understand if he wants to focus on the match because it's all about the candidate spot. Of course, we want to have a guest like him and ask him questions, ask him about the game, but we have full respect and we perfectly understand if it's not the case.
Yeah, in the meantime, we should mention that you guys should subscribe to FIDE Chess, like and subscribe, comment, do the thing. FIDE_chess on YouTube. And producer, come again, where are we going? We have an interview with Wei Yi, so check that out.
I'm here with Grandmaster Wei Yi, who has started the finals with a draw with the black pieces against Javokhir Sindarov. First of all, tell me about the result. Are you happy? What are your thoughts?
I mean, I'm satisfied with the draw with black, but I mean, maybe I had some chances in this game, but my opponent just defended accurately, and should be the draw. Yeah, the draw is a reasonable result. Yes.
And tell me about your preparation. You've had the steady Petrov that has been one of your main weapons here, and both of you seemed very well prepared, blitzing out many of the beginning moves.
Okay, I'm not sure which lines my opponent will choose for the game, and yeah, and then he chose a real but I mean complicated line, and yes, and then I've got the best move after he played bishop f2. Maybe bishop b5 was a mistake, but yeah, maybe instead I should play bishop c6, but I'm not sure during the game. Yes, but after he played queen f3, I took the pawn on b2. I think black should be okay because some compensation with a pair of bishops. Yeah. Yes, and then my opponent just chose to, I mean, simplification to the endgame. Yeah. Yes, and it's equal endgame, I think. Yeah. Yes.
Well, there was an interesting moment because rook b1 was an error by white, but instead of capturing on e4, you had rook takes f4, where you spent some time calculating. Did you see that? What was going through your mind?
Yeah, I saw that, but I don't think black can be better after that move because I saw knight takes c5 and rook takes g4 and bishop g3 and take on f1 and white should be okay. So I decided to go for an easy line, like draw line, yes.
With the black pieces, that makes sense, of course. So I also want to talk about your games yesterday, because when I got you for the interview, it was all a little crazy, and then I realized you were making perfect moves with 1 second on the clock. Tell me how you do this. What goes through your mind in these tense moments?
I think the move 93 was the most critical moment, and my first idea was rook g7, but that was just a bad move. But in the last 3 seconds, I decided to play knight d3, and yeah, and after that, I think white can hold that again. I think knight d3 was the important move. Yeah.
When you get into these time trouble situations, like for any player, I think it's extremely stressful. Is this something you kind of work on outside of tournaments in your daily routine and practicing, like to handle the pressure in these moments?
Not really, but you always need passion and need concentrating again. Yeah.
A little bit of bullet.
No, I mean I didn't play too many bullet games before the tournament.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here today, and good luck for tomorrow. White pieces, classical game. We'll see you then.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Welcome back, everybody. All of a sudden, massive rain hit Goa. But one man who won't mind too much is with us now. Angelica will talk to Andrey. Esipenko just won his game. Welcome.
Huge congratulations on this victory, Andrey. Please share with us some key moments of the game. I would like to start with this moment because there was a suggestion from computer going with 96 and transferring the pawn structure. Could you share your opinion on this? Did you consider this during the game?
No, actually, I didn't really consider it because this position after G, bishop f3, and f5, I didn't see that like my position is so good. I didn't understand it. F5. Now I see it, but during the game I couldn't. And I thought after bishop e3 I'm also better, should be at least. And here, I'm not sure about knight g3. But I was thinking also about some strange move rook f2 with the idea of rook d2 and then rook d5 somewhere, but
so rook lift.
Yeah, but even here you have to calculate knight e5 somewhere. But let's say even if I played like rook ab8, rook d2, I couldn't understand what's going on after knight e5, to be honest. Probably something I have, but
so trying to use the spin on the piece.
Maybe I'm just crazy, but it looks a little bit dangerous for me. So that's why I decided to play simple chess, knight g3, then like he took, and I have some ideas, knight h5, going for his king, and f5 I was considering. But this position, I thought I'm a little bit better maybe. I thought knight e4. Rook f5, I thought maybe g4 I have, but maybe not. G4. Rook f7, knight c5.
What is happening here?
He just he just gave up this pawn, but
enormous pressure on the f4. Probably,
but he's attacking, but it's protected,
everything is defended.
So I don't know.
Strange,
And that's why he played g5. And f5, I'm not sure about this bishop g3 move because he went to basically worse endgame, just fighting for a draw. And I didn't really like knight e5, queen e4, and no, rook f8, I have fe. Maybe rook a8.
But then f6.
No, not here, not here.
Take.
Here, and here, rook a8, yes.
So he has to take, not to allow any f6.
I was considering because it's always like it's always under attack, and rook e6, let's say. But I felt I'm better, but I couldn't really understand how much.
But after the trade of the queens, how did you see your chances, and overall were you satisfied to get in the endgame?
When he started to spend some time, and my chances, I felt like increasing,
If we go forward.
This position, c4 he played, but It's very unpleasant, I think, to play this position for black, because here rook b8. It's just equal. Okay.
No, you did everything correctly, but you'll get there.
I thought I am maybe winning, but maybe not.
Yeah, looking at the position of the pawn structure, it feels like... And bishop against the knight as well.
So...
With the human eye, it looks very, very satisfying.
King f7 is a good move, yes.
Rook King f7 was strong. And this was key moment. We thought here he has to find this rook d1, rook e1, rook d3, bishop f4, king f6, and black is in time for counterplay.
g5, bishop b8, rook d7, and the bishop is kind of, you cannot move.
King f6,
bishop f4, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Welcome to our planet, because we were also shocked that, okay, what is it? Pawn up and we are coming out and it's not enough.
Yeah, but it's very concrete, If he doesn't have it, probably he's losing,
Yeah, and also he was under big pressure on the clock, so it was definitely...
It's also equal, so...
Okay, everything's equal, but king 1, some random move, a6 or h5, I mean...
Yeah, and here
here he started losing.
Yeah, but I was very scared for my rook. Like I double-checked it like 10 times.
No, we were joking. After what happened yesterday, like knight f4, rook d2, you will think 8 times.
Yeah. Knight d3. Yeah, here he started to play very concrete. Knight c1, actually I was thinking cb, ab, rook d3, rook f2 I have, and rook f3.
Yes. Very important intermezzo check.
Yes, and I thought my chances are good here. Maybe it's draw, but at least I'm like pushing.
Looks winning, no, Peter? What's your
Should
judgment?
be winning, but of course black had to play like this. It was the only chance.
Yeah, but he played h5 and he gave me... even bishop e3 I could play it. I don't know why. I was too happy to play with the bishop, so I didn't see this bishop e3 move, so bishop d2.
But he forced you to play bishop e3 anyway, so...
rook a5, of course I missed. Then I'm like, okay, bishop e3 then. And a6. Here I calculated this... here I calculated this trick, happened in the game with bishop e3. So it's basically winning here, I think.
Very beautiful game, Andrey. Thank you for showing. And if I may ask, what did you do yesterday, to try to recover after such a tough moment, which was yesterday? And also, how did you manage to come back with such a strong victory?
For a few hours, I didn't feel well, to be honest. But then we went with my second David Paragan. We went to the restaurant. We had some good food. Then I had some beer, and
I told you alcohol.
And after this, I felt more or less fine. And then I watched Arsenal's match against Tottenham. And my team won. I was very happy. And
you won today.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much, Andrey. And do you have some questions, Jan, Peter?
Well, we would love to have a lot of questions, but we also know that you are in the middle of the match. Nothing has decided yet. So I would pass to Jan. If Jan, you have something urgent.
I fully agree. Congratulations. Get to your fat fish and go watch some football and continue the match tomorrow.
Thank you.
That's it from us. Congrats to Andrey, Esipenko, and finals game 2 tomorrow. See you then.